We're good. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the May 13th Board of Zoning Adjustment. I'd like to thank city staff who prepared cases on your behalf. And I'd like to especially thank my fellow board members who volunteer their time twice a month. This is an unpaid position. We serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and they take time out of their busy days to come down here and listen to your cases. So thank you for all the board members. Let's see here. Before we begin review. Oh wait, I'm sorry, Sarah. Tell us about the procedures today.
Thank you. I will describe the procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for everyone joining us online, please know that there are two categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone number, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you must turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet that's on the podium or that's near the door, the vestibule. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. All public testimony, in person and virtual, is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Everyone, board members, city staff, and members of the public, needs to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. The BZA has set time limits for all testimony during its meeting. These time limits are 15 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for presentations by applicants, 2 minutes for testimony by individuals, and 5 minutes for testimony by persons representing an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. Please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. These are typically taken around 10:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 3 p.m., and will be announced by the chair. And those are all of our procedures.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff who will be presenting today. If you're online, please turn on your cameras and microphones. If not, step up to the podium. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Derek Copeland, I do.
Alec Gustafson, I do.
Larissa Chambi, I do. Liz Collins, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Have we got everybody?
Well, Brianna's not in the room. You might have to swear
her in when she comes in. Great. Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals for today's docket.
Our continuances begin with item number 10, case CD BZA 2025-204, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to dumpster screening on the subject site on about 0.355 acres, generally located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. We have these first five are all related. They're all being continued to June 10th. Docket item number 11 is CD BZA 2025-205, a request to appeal of zoning violation related to the outdoor storage of commercial vehicles on the subject site in an R2.5 zone district, generally located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. Number 12 is CD BZA 2025-206, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to the outdoor storage of construction equipment and demolition debris on the subject site in an R2.5 zone district located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. Docket item number 13 is case CD BZA 2025-207, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to the outdoor storage of commercial vehicles on the subject site in an R2.5 zoned district, generally located at 2938 Bellevue Avenue. And number 14 is case CD BZA 2026-14, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to dumpster screening, generally located at 2911 Bellevue Avenue. We request that all five of these be continued to June 10th. We do have and two additions from the printed docket. Docket item number 17 is case CD BZA 2026-33, a request to appeal, a request to approve a variance to monument signage code requirements on about 8.06 acres, generally located at 4800 Northwest 88th Street. For quorum reasons, we request that this item be continued to June 10th. And then without fee. And docket item number 19, case CD BZA 2026-34, a request to appeal a zoning determination related to a nonconforming pole sign on about 3.95 acres, generally located at 11611 Hickman Mills Drive. We request this item be continued to June 10th with fee.
With fee?
Yes.
Do I have any testimony or comments on these continuances and or dismissals? If so, please come on over here.
We also have a hand raised online.
We do have a hand raised.
Yes. I'm promoting Claire to panelist.
And is Claire wanting to comment on docket number 19, which is the continuance?
Okay, I'm having apparently a technical problem promoting Claire to panelist.
You recognize the name, Claire?
No, it's just Claire.
Okay,
Yeah, the church.
okay. So,
He probably doesn't understand the quorum issue. Oh, you did? Oh, she did, okay.
Who,
so Claire's,
Meredith, can you promote her to co-host or to panelist? I don't know if this is my problem or Zoom's problem. Okay, Claire, if you could turn on your camera and microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
yes,
There she is.
I do not see the camera button on the Zoom.
Claire, that's okay. Since
I-
we're doing in
yeah.
order, what are your comments on docket number 17, the address 4800 Northwest 88th Street? What are your comments on that?
My comment is that during the discussion, she said June 10th. When I talked with Connor this morning, I thought it was May 27th, and I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah,
May
May
27th
27
is
would
fine.
be okay. So May 27 it is, Claire.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks
Appreciate
for your
it.
comments. And you?
Hi. Good morning. My name is Chris Maddox. I'm an attorney at Rouse Fretz White Goss, address at 801 West 47th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I would like to comment on docket item 18. This was a case that was established a quorum 2 months ago. We asked for additional time to file a special use permit application. We did file that application. And that application is working its way through. All the fees have been paid. We are waiting for DRC staff comments and have a neighborhood meeting scheduled for next week. I want to provide some additional context. This was a case that was flagged by the city as part of a global review of their special use permits as they pertain to vehicle sales, not complaint driven. In fact, I actually had a call with the neighbor who sits immediately behind us. He is willing to write a letter of support. We would request that this case be continued to June 24th to line up with the special use permit approval and that it not be dismissed because dismissal would not stay enforcement during the pendency of our SUP and would cause a business to shut down for over a month while we wait for this to work its way through. So for that reason, I would request that this case, which again is not complaint driven, is not a nuisance to the neighborhood, be continued to June 24th to allow us to get a special use permit and allow that business to continue to operate uninterrupted.
Mr. Maddox, do you think July 8th would be better timing just in case there's a hiccup along the way? Or even
That would be,
July
that would give us a
22nd,
week
that
just
would
in
be our
case
two
there is something beyond our control. That would be, yes, that would be great.
Our quorum, and we don't have that today on this case.
And I would second that too, unless we have,
We have reestablished the quorum for today
Oh, we
in,
did, okay.
Okay.
I just noticed.
in anticipation of this. I have not read this one. Would you like me to read this in?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
docket item number 18 is case CD BZA 2025-103, a request to appeal a notice of violation related to an outdoor vehicle sales use on about 1.4 acres generally located at 7730 North Oak Traffic Way.
Okay, thank you.
Was 10 through 14 with or without fee?
Without
Without
fee.
fee.
Without, that's what I thought. Okay. I just wanted to
So,
clarify.
Chris, you're okay with July 8th, or would you rather go deeper, July 22nd?
I think July 8th would be
You
sufficient.
do not have a meeting on July 8th.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. We don't.
Then-
That's our holiday meeting.
Then the
So July
22nd would give
22nd?
us time, and then it could be dismissed as moot if
Yeah,
we receive
of
our
course.
special use permit at that time.
Yeah.
July 27th?
2-2, Teresa, July 22nd. Okay. Sarah, you recommend fee or no fee on this docket number
Staff would
18?
request fees. We are ready for it to be heard.
Okay, so you're ready today to hear it, and they're not. So that'd be the board's discretion to go with fee or without. Staff recommends with fee. And also on docket number 19, was that with or without fee on that one, Sarah?
With fee.
With? Okay. All right, board members, what's your comments?
I have a motion on all these continuances.
Go ahead, Ms. Otto.
On dockets 10 through 14, I move that we continue those matters to June 10th without fee. On docket number 17, I move that we continue that matter to May 27th.
Could you speak
No.
closer to the?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, May 27th, right?
Yes.
Without fee. On docket number 18, I move that we continue this to July 22nd with fee. And on docket number 19, I move that we continue this matter to June 10th with fee.
I have a motion from Ms. Otto on those matters. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, those matters are ahead. Thanks for coming down, Mr. Maddox. All right, Sarah, call the first case.
Docket item number 1 is case CD SUP 2026-19, a request to approve a special use permit to allow an outdoor entertainment venue in a UR zoning district on about 0.396 acres generally located at 1105 Hickory Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case. You are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Should be Jason.
Eubanks.
Mm-hmm.
I will promote Jason Eubanks to panelist. And that's the only hand raised online.
All right, thank you. Jason, you got your microphone and camera turned on, please? you
Yes, let me turn, I have a microphone on.
I hear you. Don't see you, but I see your face from your link.
Yeah, is it okay if I stay off camera for this one?
Sure, that's fine.
you.
I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do, Jason Eubanks, 1105 Hickory Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64101.
Thank you, sir. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
No, sir. Please admit.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Alec on your case. Please tell us about it, sir.
Okay. Okay, good morning, board. My name is Alec Gustafson. Can you see the?
There you go.
My name is Alec Gustafson. I'm Development Management. This is docket item number 1, CD CPC 2026-19, in the Lowest Ferns Outdoor Event Venue, special use permit. The property is located at 1105 Hickory Street in the West Bottoms. Here's just an overall view of the site. It's just on 11th Street and Hickory, with the 12th Street overpass right south of it. The event venue is located adjacent to the historic Crane building. It actually also has an event venue and bar on the inside of the historic Crane building as well. As you can see in this slide, I have highlighted in green where the actual event venue is going to be taking place, as they've been operating with another special use permit for a while. This is more or less a renewal. A little bit of a case history though. Ordinance number 220555 in June 2022 was a request to approve a rezoning from DX10 downtown mixed use, M3-5 manufacturing and UR urban redevelopment to an all-inclusive UR redevelopment plan. This was approved in June of 2022. Following that was a special use permit to approve an event space for 5 years on the existing site, which was approved with conditions. And then we had 3 temporary use permits. One was in 2023 for the outdoor event venue. And then we had one in March of 2026 this year, a temporary use permit for the outdoor event venue, which was approved with conditions for a period of 45 days, not to exceed May 3rd. We ended up continuing the case as it was supposed to have been heard earlier this month or earlier last month. So we did another temporary use permit for the outdoor event venue for a period of 13 days to begin May 3rd and end on May 17th, so that they would be covered to be hosting events until this special use permit approval. The approved UR plan for the area at 1105 Hickory sits required that each building project be subject to the DX zoning district. As this plan sheet calls out, anything that is a new building project should be conforming to DX. DX does require that special use permits be done for outdoor event venue uses, which is why we're seeing it today as a special use permit. Here's the TUP site plan. This is just again showing where the outdoor events will take place. And then this is the site plan. They have bicycle barricade road runners that will be surrounding the outdoor event use. They have 6 porta potties. They have a stage and 1 entrance and exit for people that are going to outdoor events, concerts, things like that. There is no parking required, though they did give us a plan showing where everyone will be parking to go to this event venue. Because of the new parking standards, there is no parking minimum for entertainment venues and spectator sports in the urban core. Just quickly, I wanted to go through the approval criteria. I wanted to talk about approval criteria C and D. C is this compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design? The proposed plan does not actually impact the design, building scale, or site planning of the current site. It's compatible with the character of the surrounding area, and it's basically that it's within and around a nationally registered historic site. It's been a continuous use for the bar use for the last 5 years, and it's been operating through temporary use permit as an outdoor event venue. And then criteria D is this compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation? And I said the proposed use is compatible with other uses found in the nearby area in terms of the hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. There are other outdoor event venues in this area. So it's coinciding with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. With that, the City Plan Commission last week recommended approval with conditions. So I will take any questions that you guys have.
Board members, any questions?
Their length of time that the applicant's asking for.
I believe in my conditions, I said that it was going to be good for another 5 years before they would need to come back for another special use permit.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Eubanks, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Hey, appreciate the time today and appreciate Alec guiding through the process. As Alec mentioned, we've been operating the space down in the West Bottoms for 2+ years now without any incidents. And the Lowest Ferns has become a community space for obviously the growing West Bottoms, but as Kansas City as a whole. And then also, as Alec mentioned, we have been using the parking lot that we have to walk through to get to our business for the underneath the TUP for larger event scales, also without any incidents for a good 3+ years. So I just wanted to highlight that we are one of the first businesses that have opened in the West Bottoms refresh, and we are excited to continue to operate on good terms with the city.
Mr. Eubanks, any concerns about the conditions imposed by the City Planning Commission?
We don't have any conditions or any concerns. We are renewing early. The current SUP doesn't expire till 2027, but we're happy to comply. If we are able to extend the 5-year period, so we don't have to do this in again 5 years, but we're open to that. But if that's what the zoning commission wants, we can absolutely comply to the 5 years.
That's great. We usually do the 5-year or less, so.
Okay.
All right.
Can I ask a question, Alec? So they're approved through through 27. So would this 5-year give them actually 4 years or 4 years?
So the original special use permit was for an event space, not only, it wasn't actually for the outdoor event space.
Okay.
So that's for the In the Lowest Ferns bar. This is for the outdoor portion of it. I would be willing to kind of potentially lump sum the two into but still being 5 years.
So that's what I'm asking. It kind of makes sense. Otherwise, they're going to have to come back a year apart.
Yeah.
So it might make sense that we grant them an extension until the same amount. Do you know when that expires in 2027?
You can't extend the SUP that expires in
No,
2027.
I'm saying what time do we need to put this one to today's application so it matches that one? I'm not moving that one. Yeah. So how many, is it 4 years exactly? Is it 4 years and a few months? What is it?
It's a good question.
I guess we can ask the applicant if they would.
Yeah.
He also, I
Yeah.
don't believe now, because now that it's a UR,
Uh-huh.
doesn't need a special use permit for the interior one anymore.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
No. So, well,
right.
it was kind of an awkward timing when this happened. The special use permit happened before, that was applied for before the UR was applied for, but then the UR got approved before the special use permit. So,
So it sounds like then the 5 years is still applicable for this.
yeah,
For this situation.
I don't believe he'll actually need to renew the indoor one, but
right.
the 5-year one, it will be 5 years from now for the outdoor event venue.
Understood. Thank you, Alec.
Any other questions? Comments? Motions?
There's no opposition?
Oh, yeah, I'm
There
sorry.
were no other
ahead,
hands
sir.
raised for
right,
public testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a motion in docket item number 1. I move that the board approve the special use permit subject to the conditions set forth by the Plan Commission, which includes that the permit be for a 5-year period.
I have a motion from Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Project is approved. Mr. Eubanks, thank you very much for coming before us. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Docket item number 2 is case CD SCP 2026-21, a request to approve an outdoor venue, entertainment venue and spectator sports for the Roy Blunt Luminary Park on about 6.82 acres, generally located over I-670 between Wyandotte Street and Grand Boulevard. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here in person. If you would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And we do not have any hands raised online.
Hands raised on this case. Gentlemen, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Jeff Martin, 414 East 12th Street, Kansas, Missouri, 64106.
Thank you.
I do. Mark Niebling, 2460 East Pershing, Suite 100, Casey Mo, 64108.
Thank you. Mark or Jeff, who's speaking on the case today, at least to starting?
Ms. Chambry will be
No.
presenting the start,
no.
but then after that, I will be speaking
you're the
followed
one?
by
Right?
by Mr. Niebling.
There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are labeled 1, 2, 10. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
I do not, and you do.
Thank you very much. Part of this is a presentation by Ms. Chambry to your right, to your left, excuse me. Please, Larissa, tell us about the case.
All right. Good morning. Larissa Chambi, Development Management Division. This is a special use permit for the Roy Blunt Luminary Park. This is the subject location. It's located above I-670. And so the parcels highlighted in yellow are the 4 parcels that will contain the Roy Blunt Luminary Park, along with the special use permit for their outdoor entertainment venue. And then just taking a look at the zoning on the site, it's a mixture of UR, DC-15, and DX-15. The DX-15 is the reason why we're here. This zoning district does require special use permit for outdoor event venues. And so that's what is being proposed on one of the blocks. This is an overall look at the park. The applicant is proposing to cap I-670 and then proposing a park, as you can see here. I'll go into detail just a little bit on what's on each one so you are aware of where this outdoor event venue will be located. So block 1, that's between Wyandotte and Baltimore Avenue. That's regular park area with pedestrian trails. Block 2 has a park area, pedestrian trails. It has a park restaurant and restroom, and then a play structure on it as well. And those are highlighted on the slide. Block 3 is from Main Street to Walnut. This includes a park area, pedestrian trails, and this is where that outdoor event venue is going to take place. And then the applicant is also proposing to close Walnut Street and convert it to be a pedestrian bridge. And then block 4 is from Walnut Street to Grand Boulevard, and that includes park area, pedestrian trails, and then the food hall highlighted in yellow. Here are some elevations of the event venue, and the applicant, I believe, does have some more renderings for you to take a look at, but these are just what was provided in the plan set. Going over the special use permit criteria very quickly. So criteria A, this proposal does not comply with all aspects of the zoning and development code. We'll go into those variances here in a little bit. Criteria B, is it in the interest of the public convenience, and will it have a significant impact? The proposed use is increasing the amount of open space in the downtown area and is proposing active uses for a majority of this area. And criteria C, is it compatible with the character? The overall park is an unusual proposal for this downtown area. However, since the special use permit is for the outdoor event venue, we do have multiple venues in this area. So it is compatible with the surrounding area. And then will it have a significant impact on pedestrian comfort and safety? No, the applicant is providing bicycle parking. They're closing down Walnut Street and proposing a bunch of additional trails. So moving on to the variances, there are 8, so I'll try to go through them. We did review all of the blocks to make sure that we captured all of the variances in this one submittal. So variance 1 is a requirement from our downtown development standards. It requires all new construction to have a minimum floor to ceiling height of all ground floor space to be at least 13 feet. And so the applicant is requesting a 1-foot variance to this requirement to allow a 12-foot ceiling, floor to ceiling height for the Park Retail Building, which is shown on sheet 4.201. And so that's a 7.69% variance. Variance 2 is for the same standard, but this is for a different building. This is for the restaurant building, and those elevations are shown on sheet 5.201. Again, that's a 7.69% variance. It's a 1-foot variance to that 13-foot standard. Variance 3, this is a separate, partially standard in the downtown district. 88-130-06 has a separate subsection, which requires that at least 20% of the lot area with 50 feet of lot frontage or more, as measured along the shorter lot frontage on lots containing multiple frontages. This is a proposed park and outdoor event venue, and so those downtown development standards really call for higher density and for the buildings to take up a majority of the lot. So this is a 90% variance to the required minimum floor area to allow for 2% coverage on block 2, which is that playground restroom building, and the required coverage is 20%. So again, that 90% variance. Variance 4 is for the same standard, but again, a different building. This is a 50% variance to the minimum floor coverage to allow for 10% coverage for the restaurant building on block 4. And then variance 5, we do have transparency standards located for buildings located in the downtown district. They require 60% transparency on street-facing building facades between 4 feet and 10 feet above the sidewalk. And then on corner lots, they're required to provide 40%. And so we did separate these variances into each facade for the buildings. So the first of these variances is a complete deviation to the standard. This is to permit solid opaque walls for the tunnel services building on block 1. So it's a complete deviation. And here are some renderings of that building. And then variance 6 is a 65% variance, the standard to permit 26% transparency. And this is for the southern facade of the Park Retail Building facing South Truman. And South Truman in this instance is the secondary street. And so they are proposing 26% transparency along South Truman. And then I've highlighted, this is the elevation that we're looking at for that park building. Variance 7 is a variance of 77.5% to permit 31% of transparency for the southern facade of the restaurant building. Again, South Truman is that secondary street and the restaurant building is located on block 4. The applicant is providing 31% transparency. And so again, here is that facade facing South Truman highlighted in red. And variance 8, it is also related to transparency. However, in this instance, Grand Boulevard is an established boulevard, and those boulevard standards are stricter than our downtown development standards. And so the applicant is required to provide 60% transparency overall on the ground floor, and they're providing 35%. So they are requesting a variance of 58.3% to that standard to allow that 35% transparency. And again, here it is highlighted in red. Here's a view from Wyandotte Street looking northeast, and I'll just leave this up while I go over some of those variance criterias. The strict application of the standards of the downtown development, it would result in practical hardships. Again, like I mentioned before, those standards are there to really promote higher density developments, and this is not a typical use that we see downtown, so that strict compliance would require the applicant to revise their plans, which would require an increase in the building's footprints and height, and then that would detract from the proposed use. And then if the zoning variance will result in substantial justice being done, this use is a park with an outdoor event venue and is unconventional. However, these variances will allow the proposed use to function as other parks do in other areas of the city. So again, just looking at some views of the site, you can see I-670 down below. And then looking from Main to South Truman Road. Here's a view of Walnut Street. This is the street that's going to become a pedestrian bridge. And then a view of I-670 from Grand Boulevard. There's one condition to remove, and that's condition number 12. That is that the applicant follow Boulevard and Parkway standards for structures adjacent to Broadway. Broadway is not a street that this proposal is on, and so we would like to remove that. Condition number 7 that's already in the staff report does require variances to all Boulevard and Parkway standards be approved prior to permitting. And so we think that that would encapsulate what the intent of condition number 12 was. And with that, the City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions. And I can answer any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Condition 12 is what the planning commission, that's what you're deleting, correct? Or condition 12 in your report?
Condition 12 in the report that you have in front of you.
Okay, that's what I
Yep.
want to make sure. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Board members, any questions before we ask them for? All right, Jeff or Mark, why should we grant your request today?
Good morning, board. Thank you for letting me present today. Jeff Martin with the city manager's office. I have Mark Niebling with BNIM and the architect on this project. So this particular project's really once in a generation opportunity to establish land above the interstate. So when the interstate system was constructed in the 1960s, it really created a canyon across the southern edge of downtown, separating downtown from the neighborhoods to the south and creating a divide. So what we're doing here is actually constructing a series of structures from Grand all over the Wyandotte, tying into the convention center area that will reconnect the downtown to those neighborhoods to the south, west, and east, and create a park space for the use of all the residents of the city and those living in the downtown area. So Ms. Chambers has a few slides here we can kind of walk through. This is one you saw.
Those will be admitted as exhibit number 11, just
Okay.
FYI.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate that.
Continue on.
So this shows overall layout of the park as Ms. Chambers showed earlier. So really, establishing that pedestrian accessibility walkway starting on the west end at the convention center in Wyandotte, over a 30-foot grade change from that area down to Baltimore with the meandering path and park space. As we move across into the next block, we get into what we call our playground block, which really connects going over to Main. That's where we have our building for the restrooms for the park users, as well as a small retail space, and allow for families to gather, utilize that with their children. As we continue on, is where we get into what we refer to as our super block. So with the closure of Walnut, this allows for a continual 2-block section of park there, creating a lawn space immediately to the east of that performance pavilion. That pavilion will be activated in conjunction with our park operator, which is the Downtown Council Community Development Incorporated, a 501c3. They will offer free activations for the residents of the city, maybe yoga in the park, maybe book club, maybe it's a dance performance, musical performance by a small group, and utilizing that space to really activate the park. They'll also be providing security for the park area, maintenance, and cleaning as well. On the far east end is where we get into our restaurant building that is also including these variances. So as we kind of scroll through these couple of the slides, this is a better rendering of the westernmost block and the pathways to that. Next one shows an overview of our playground block with the restroom building as well as the play structure. Next block, it's another one of our playground area. And then here is another rendering of the performance pavilion that we've got the special use permit application in for. You can see how Walnut is immediately to the east of that performance pavilion, allows as kind of the front of the stage area there, as well as the great lawn as you continue on to the east. Next slide shows a good rendering of that lawn. So, and then I believe we kick into the variance slide. So I will turn it over to Mr. Niebling to talk through those.
Sure. Can you, yeah, go ahead and advance. There's three key topics, density. Oh, can you go back to density? Yeah, so Larissa spoke about these, but lot coverage, minimum area, and ceiling height, essentially the zoning ordinance couldn't anticipate a park like this in downtown. And so those requirements really don't apply to this use, in our opinion. I wanted to talk about the entrances to the restaurant on Grand. It's entered from the north for the restaurant function and from the south for the restrooms. Just looking at the plan, you can see that a large component of this structure, actually of most of the structures on site, is restrooms for park occupants. And so that is what necessitates a lot of the opaque facades, which we've drawn. Next slide. So transparency at tunnel services building was discussed, which is highlighted here in orange. That is really tucked down at the bottom of the Blue Cross Blue Shield building. It's really at the entrance portal to the tunnel at that portion of Truman Road. There's not a sidewalk there. It's essentially a highway on-ramp is how it functions. And that building contains fire pumps for the tunnel, fire protection systems, a bunch of IT equipment and electrical gear. We don't really feel that it's applicable to apply the transparency standards to that building. This highlights that section of ground as it exists today. And then for the park restrooms, these are the playground restroom building. This building is more than 50% restrooms, which are dedicated to that playground space. There's a small retail component on the east side of it that faces Main Street. You can go to the next slide. Which is basically 100% transparent. So we've tried to maximize the visibility into these buildings where applicable. And then lastly, the restaurant building along Grand. The view on the right is facing the park, which is pretty wide open with some nice outdoor seating. And the view from Grand is more than half transparent into the restaurant space, and of course opaque at the restrooms. I think that's it. Thank you.
What's the timing on all this?
So right now we're anticipating starting construction following World Cup. So we're currently finishing out design, doing some private fundraising for the project as well, and hope to break ground or make ground in this case later this year.
And completion, what, 2 years?
Be about 3-year project. So the tunnel itself will take 2 years, and we have the topside amenities. So about 3 years total for the project.
Thank you. Board members, further questions?
Any objection to the 29 conditions set forth by the Plan Commission?
So we reviewed those a week ago and had several of them removed, 6 of them removed or so.
There should be 16 attached to the packet.
Sorry, I must have looked at an old report. Maybe that's why my confusion earlier.
So the ones that are remaining, we're fine with. We're actually able to meet those.
So it would be 15 with the
15,
removal of
because
number
you're
12.
taking 12 out.
Correct.
Makes sense to me now. Got it.
It's an ambitious project.
It is really, like I
Excited to
mentioned
see
earlier,
how it comes out.
generation, and really couldn't have happened without our partnership. So we've got a partnership with the Downtown Council and Port Authority, Port KC on this, along with the city. So a lot of effort gone into this over the last, I think, close to 10 years now, trying to make it a reality. So
As Assistant City Manager, I thank you for all your efforts on this. Looks great. Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Pretty easy project put together, right?
Yeah. No late nights or thinking about it. And
I'm personally extremely excited about this project. I go to Dallas a lot. I was in Dallas Thursday and Friday, and I walked through Clyde Warren Park numerous times. And no matter what time of the day, it was full of families, kids, people walking, reading, playing on the park. I envision the exact same thing here. I think it's going to be great for the community. I think it's going to be great for the corridor, and it's going to transform the area. So I'm very excited about it.
Like a very cool plan.
Any questions or motions at this point?
I have a motion.
Ms. Otto,
On docket number 2, case number 21, I move that the board approve the request, including all variances in the staff report. Also, the 16 conditions in the condition report with the exception of condition 12 to approve this plan.
I have a motion from Ms. Otto. Who do I have for second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Enthusiastic aye. Good luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We would request to skip temporarily docket item number 3. We're waiting for a translator on that case, who should be here soon. So if we could take docket item number 4.
Perfect.
Okay, docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2026-42. A request to approve a variance to the size of a wall sign in a residential zoning district, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district on about 29.3 acres, generally located at 2 Northeast 32nd Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. I see Mike Dinkins online, so I'm going to promote him to panelist. Mike, if you could please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. It's Mike Dinkins. Address is 8787 Renner Boulevard, Suite 100 in Lenexa, Kansas.
Thank you, Mike. There are a list of administrative exhibits we'd like to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, I don't.
And do I have your permission to admit them?
You do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie Saldari on your case.
Excellent.
All right, we got docket item number 4, CDBCA 2026-42, located on 2 Northeast 32nd Street, Zone R-6. And the applicant seeks a variance to the size of 2 wall signs plus any other needed variances. So there will be 2 signs on the building. One will replace the existing one. The other is a new sign. So the subject site is just north of North Kansas City. My staff report shows the northern portion highlighted, but it's actually the southern portion we're looking at. Same address. But this is the Waterworks building off Missouri 9 and North Oak Traffic Way. And so this is the building looking from when you're driving on Missouri 9. And this sign right here, here's a close-up, is the sign that's existing that will be taken down. So this is the elevation, the east elevation of the building. We got that new sign saying it's the Kansas City Waterworks building, and then the Kansas City logo. And so for our first variance request, we have 2 total, is a variance of 14.21 square feet to the residential sign standards to permit a 34.21 square foot wall sign on the subject site per submitted site plan, and it's a 71% change. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. So wall sign A is replacing the existing sign and it will be smaller than the existing sign. The sign area could be reduced to meet the requirements. However, this is a large building that houses an institutional use on a heavily trafficked road. Thus, the purpose of the proposed sign is to provide more visibility. And in residential zoning districts, the max area for a wall sign is 20 square feet. And so this is what the new sign will look like. It's going to be on the left-hand side of the building. And this is a rendering showing like what that sign will look like on the building. And then our second request is a variance of 44.91 square feet to the residential sign standards to permit a 69.91 square foot wall sign on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 224.5% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated because sign B is much larger than sign A and over 200% of the max allowed area of 20 square feet for residential zoning districts. And the difficulty could be obviated by reducing the sign to that 20 square feet. And this is the proposed sign. It'll be on the right-hand side of the building. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Board members, questions?
So 2 signs are allowed. There's no variance to allow 2 signs.
It's one per entrance.
Okay. 'Cause
And
these are on the same side of the building, right?
yeah, there's an entrance here and an entrance here.
Okay.
Mr. Dinkins, why should we grant your request today? The one seems pretty reasonable to me. The other one seems kind of large, but talk to me.
This is obviously a building utilized by the city. It's city owned. It's the quality control lab. So I think since we're doing a nice new addition to this lab, giving them a new space to continue their work, it'd be nice to show the residents what they've paid for and indicate that this is the lab that controls all the water that everyone's drinking. So just to bring visibility to the site, to what's going on, to, establish what the purpose of this is and to showcase the city fountain that I think is being utilized across the city to keep that standard going.
There is it backlit?
No,
Is there
these signs are not lit.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. So I guess I do have a problem with this because we've held other institutions across the city to very strict standards as it relates to signage. And so if we allow the city a greater variance than we allow some of our schools that have a lot of traffic and children going to that, which I think brings about greater safety issues than a building like this. I assume the laboratory building is not one that really is visited by the public all day. The water side probably is, so that I understand and I know where this building is located, obviously. But I don't think the city should be given a different variance, and a 200% variance for the city logo is, I think, not appropriate. So I'm one board member, but I can't support this kind of variance because it's unfair to everyone else who's been before us. So we have to treat the city just like any other applicant. So, Mr. Dinkins, I would ask you, how could you reduce these signs? Because we may have to send you back to the drawing board. I mean, unless you can convince my 4 other board members of the same issue, but I'm seeing some heads nodding when I'm speaking. So I think I put my finger on the pulse of our problem with your application.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one sign that is the verbiage, I would request to keep that one. If the other one, which is obviously way over the allowable, I think if it's not allowed, it doesn't make sense to make that smaller than it's not visible from the highway that's right adjacent to this. I will note this is obviously zoned residential. Although I think the closest residence to this actual site is pretty far away, way up north, up in the hills. Because I think northwest, I would say, I think directly north of this is the actual Waterworks Park. And the surrounding roads are highways. I don't know if they're traversed too much by schools or children or buses going by, but I would add that, there's already a precedent of existing signage on this property that exceeds the residential limit. Particularly on the treatment plant itself and at the entrance to the gates to this site. It says Waterworks Park.
I
So
guess
I think
that's,
it,
yeah,
it-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, there's so much signage on this building already that people can find it. So I think that's another issue that I have. So.
And
fair.
as one board member, request A doesn't bother me as much as the second one. The wall sign, the city logo sign, I believe, but the verbiage on the first one, it is what it is. You've got a lot of letters for this particular building. But the second sign, sir, at least I have because we've got to treat everyone the same. As Ms. Otto already said, we've sent schools back, we've sent churches back, and they've come back with a proposed design that's more suitable for what we've given others. So,
I agree with that. I can think of 5 or 6 in the last just 2 meetings that we've had to send back to the drawing board for the exact, for being a couple 100% over. So I don't have an issue with A either. But I don't think it's right that we approve the city's logo to be 200%, but we don't allow churches or schools.
right. You want to think about this and come back to us in a couple of weeks, or do you have a alternate proposal for request B, Mike?
We do not. I think if, from the way it sounds you guys are talking, if B is not going to be approved, we probably will just nix B.
Wow.
You are correct. There is other signage around the site indicating what it is.
So you're okay with
But-
just request A and dropping request B, sir?
Yes.
Do you want to think about request B and come back to
I,
us with it?
I will talk with the owner's representative and see what they say, but so I guess if we need to continue this, we can.
Okay.
I don't know if Connor's online, the owner's rep. If he's able to,
Sarah, do you see
Speak.
anyone?
Connor Hanlon has raised his hand
Correct.
online. You'll need to swear him in. I'm
Okay.
promoting him to panelist.
Connor, if you could turn on your camera and microphone, we'll swear you in and let you give some comments here.
Connor, you need to turn on your camera and microphone, please.
There you are.
Hello.
Connor, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do, and it's Connor Hanlon. I'm working at the Water Department, 4800 East 63rd Street.
Thank you, Connor. Mike said you might have some comments on, again, it's the feeling of the board, I feel, that request A is not a problem. Request B is just too large of a variance. Would you want to think about it and come back to us with a smaller sign request, or do you want to drop it completely?
I agree with Mike that we can proceed with request A, and I think request B, if it's smaller, it doesn't really make much sense to go with it. So I agree with Mike's feelings.
All right. If I heard you correctly, we're going to entertain a motion on request A and only request A. Request B will not be acted upon.
that is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Board members, any other comments, questions?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Thank you. Mr. Wright?
For docket item number 4, case 42, I move that we approve the request of variance A and then deny the request for variance B.
I have a motion from Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved as stated. Thank you very much for coming before us, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sarah, whenever you're ready with your translator,
He's not here yet.
No. We'll go on to number 5.
whenever you're ready, let us know.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let you know.
Docket item number 5 is case CD BZA 2026-51. A request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a wall sign in a residential district, plus any additional variances on about 5.37 acres, generally located at 3200 Broadway Boulevard. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. Gail Griebel, apologies if I mispronounced that, is online and is being promoted to panelist. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, great. Gail, turn on, I think I see you. Could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Gail Grebel, and 3200 South Broadway, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Gail. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those, or do you have any questions on those first? Any questions on those?
You have my permission to admit them.
Okay, great. Thank you. With no questions that you needed answered. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us about it.
All right. Today we have docket item 5, CD BZA 2026-51, located at 3200 Broadway Boulevard. This zoning district spans across multiple zoning districts, R05, R-1.5, R-5, and B3-2. The variance request is to the signage requirements in residential districts to permit a large wall sign on the subject site. This is the general location of the subject site. This is a closer look outlined in yellow. This is the parking garage for Metropolitan Community College. This is a view from Google Street View of what the site currently looks like. And this is what is being proposed. You'll see these large graphics here, the wolves and then the MCC logo. Those are painted graphics is what is being proposed. And then this is just some measurements of the structure itself here on this slide. So the variance request is a variance of 705 square feet to the maximum size of a wall sign in a residential district for institutional use to permit a wall sign area of 725 square feet on the subject site per the submitted plans. Again, that variance is 705 square feet or a 3,525% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated as the parking structure itself is not undergoing any structural changes. These are large painted graphics that are advertising the school as proposed. The difficulty could be obviated by greatly reducing the size of the signage or painting the parking structure without the signage. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to any questions the board may have.
So Connor, quick question. I see the MCC on one side, I see wolves on the other.
Yes.
Is that, so both of these signs together are incorporating the requested variance?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
They're painted on proposed.
Yeah, so they're painting the parking structure and those the MCC logo and the wolves are paint as well.
Okay. Gail, why, I'm sorry, any other questions from board members of staff? Gail, why should we grant your request today?
Yes, the inclusion of these two graphic elements on MCC's large parking garage situated along Broadway is beneficial both aesthetically and functionally, providing a long-term visual wayfinding and community benefits. This project is a strategic investment in both Kansas City's visual identity and MCC by helping create a more welcoming and aesthetic cohesive streetscape. The application of graphic elements is a means of enhancing visual appearance, reinforcing community identity, improving wayfinding, and reducing the monotony of a very large parking facility. Please consider this request within the context that MCC also has two other very large buildings that face Broadway that are non-adjacent to the main campus. This Broadway Plaza office building directly across the street from the garages, as well as the Health Science Institute, which is 2 blocks south of the garages. These graphic elements serve an important functional role by aiding navigation. The distinct visual identities will be improved wayfinding for new students and visitors when used for, say, parking for special events. This will help reduce confusion and contribute to the perception of safety within and around the facility. This project complements ongoing efforts to improve infrastructure and public spaces that is not limited to the duration of the World Cup. As a publicly funded community college, a modern, well-maintained campus helps reinforce community pride and the perception of safety, while at the same time aligns with the broader revitalization efforts. This can positively influence how residents and visitors perceive the area, supporting the community confidence and engagement. The garage becomes an extension of placemaking efforts rather than an isolated infrastructure component. Thoughtful graphic integration supports broader goals related not only to wayfinding, but to the economic development and community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Questions?
So I'm going to repeat what I think I've said, except in this case, I have never, in all the years I've been on this board, seen a request of this size. This variance is massive. And again, we have denied lesser variances for school locations. Ma'am, let me ask you this question. If we removed the wolf part of the sign, what would be the variance for the MCC sign?
I would have to
Yeah,
have
I mean, Connor, do you know that mathematical from looking at the plans?
I don't off the top of my head. I have the total square footage that was provided to me, but I don't have the individual square footage of each
Got
piece.
it. Ma'am, do you have the two signs broken down in terms of size?
I do.
So what's the size of the MCC? Because is the sign the paint or just the 3 letters? Connor?
Well, right. The paint is the black and the blue that would not cross over the windows. And there is an opening in our parking garages. And so that gap doesn't figure into the entire the facade
So my
size.
question, let me ask staff this question. Connor, does the paint, is it considered a part of the sign or is it just the 3 MCC letters?
I believe it
how
would
do we
be
interpret that?
everything that's incorporated of the logo. However, Sarah, if you're open to other interpretation.
No, it's the smallest shape that encloses the letters.
So the smallest shape that encloses the letters is the window and the line below it, right? I mean, this is an interesting structure because there's a division between the paint and the letters. So I think this is a little bit subject to interpretation, and I'm trying to understand what we've got here. I mean, I'm one board member, and you can probably sense where I'm going. I think the wolf sign is unnecessary, and we disallowed similar sporting references on school facilities. But if the 3 letters are not horribly out of line, I would like to know what those 3 letters are and what that percentage is so we could consider that.
Currently I have it as 25 feet wide. And so I think that that area is approximately 4 feet tall. So that would change the overall square footage considerably.
Those are 5 foot.
Plans, yeah.
Yeah, 5 foot each.
Yeah, because I'm curious too, if the sign I mean, does the windows that are not wrapped or painted, is that part of the sign? Because I mean, I would assume what we're doing is just highlighting the actual
So
image itself.
so for example, theoretically, if this was a McDonald's logo, you know, the golden arches are part of their logo. If this, we would not just count the area that enclosed the word McDonald's, we would include the whole logo. We don't, however, signs that are offset by more than 18 inches, right? 18 inches, those are two different signs. And so you're right, this is a very interesting situation in that the windows are clearly larger than 18 inches, but is a black art, like, I believe that those circles are part of the MCC logo, but on their own, we would not consider that a sign. It's a black, you know, arch. And, you know, so I believe in this case, it would be a reasonable interpretation to say we are going to calculate the size as including only the letters MCC because the rest of it is not close enough to be considered part of the sign because it's offset by the windows, which are clearly not signage.
I mean, this is a unique situation. I don't.
Yes.
I've seen a sign, I mean, kind of divided like this. I mean, and it does break it up, so it does.
I don't think the percentage is near as high as we think it is.
No, I don't think it is either.
I think it's still high, but it's not going to be near as high as.
But
I think it's
I'm still not in fan of the wolves. I want to get rid of the wolves.
It's gonna be like a 40%.
400%, because if it's 25 feet wide and they're about 4 feet each, then each section's about 100 square feet. So you have about 300 square feet, roughly. And it's not supposed to exceed 20.
Does that include the paint that's next to it? I mean, because you do have some paint alongside of the MCC, so.
If you look at the windows, they're 5 by 5 and, you know, this is an illustration, but, you know, if we could keep the MCC, each character to the 5-foot width.
It's only 15 feet wide for the letters, and that's what I'm asking, so.
I mean, my interpretation would be that we know that this entire, you know, section is, you know, part of the MCC logo, and our definitions of sign area would include all of that logo that's incorporated into this portion of the sign.
The black and the blue, so you basically.
Yes.
Pick one.
Yes, I would measure from the furthest edges of the black area that's included in the signage.
So that takes.
6 windows.
That takes it to 6 windows.
I think you kind of have to look at it like it's one big circle, like the windows aren't there. Because otherwise, if the school districts find out about this, they're going to start becoming very creative in how they put their signs in front of us.
I mean, I believe it still needs a variance. I mean, if you want to add this interpretation as part of the motion,
So what would, okay, so let's talk about this. So you're gonna have to go to the circle edges. So then what is that measurement?
So I think the applicant said it was 25 feet across.
That's probably about right, because you're not taking up all of those last 2 windows, right? So 25 by 4 feet high, is that what she said? Is that right, ma'am?
Well, I have it, it would be about 5, 10, 12 feet tall for the entire circle, including sections that are non-congruent.
I'm no artist, but wouldn't it make more sense to just wrap the windows and basically have where the windows are and the MCC is, and have the whole circle there so you see it all, nothing above, nothing below?
And, you know, that is a consideration, and I am the designer. We, you know, because we are trying to identify this again with our 3 buildings facing, Broadway within, you know, 3 city blocks, you know, I do also work out of the Health Science Institute building, and we have a lot of students that show up there that aren't aware of where the main campus is. And, the campus is extremely large back behind these buildings, right?
I understand. I get lost every time I go there. We have meetings on a regular basis, and honestly, it is confusing, but I don't know how the parking garage plays into effect with the rest of the campus.
So doing the calculation on that circle, if we assume that the diameter is 25 feet, then the circle encompasses about 400 square feet if you consider it unbroken, which is, I think, still like a 1,500% change.
Ma'am, hearing what we've said, I'm just going to ask this question. Do you want to go back to the drawing board and see if you could create something that just represents the MCC sign and present us with something that has less of a percentage of variance?
My consideration when designing this, I would say then that as a designer, I would actually remove the bottom portion of the circle and the top portion of the circle, and so that the windows aren't included. And that would be 25-foot wide by 5-foot tall. Just the section below the windows, directly below the windows, and ask that could be approved for variance.
That calculation, Mr. Ventura, our math.
So 25 by 5, 125 square feet. Were you guys saying also remove the wolves signage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just talking about that middle portion directly below the windows. Yes, that would be 125 square feet or a variance of 105 square feet. And then the percentage off the top of my head, I do not know.
About 600%. Around
60.
600.
600%?
Yeah, because 20%, 20 square feet is the maximum. So if it's 125, 130 square feet, it's about 600%.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why the applicant isn't considering a standing sign, like an actual sign?
The consideration was the appearance of the buildings, the aesthetic build for the buildings with initially we considered murals, full murals. This is such a large surface area, and giving it breaking up this very large area of concrete was our a main portion reason why we were wanting to do some paint to disrupt this long monotonous building.
So I'm just one board member. I think that you can paint the building. There's no problem with painting the building, but, and I know you're not here every week, but we have school districts come before us all the time asking very similar requests as this, and we consistently tell them no. And so my concern would be if we were to say yes to this, even at 600%, the school districts would want to come back and ask the same thing, because they've also considered murals. So we've said no to murals. We've said no to painted logos. It's been kind of consistent when it's anything that is representative of the organization, I guess, is the best way to put that.
As I understood, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
As I understood, even adding blue to our building would be considered part of this signage, and even adding the lower level of concrete in a blue color would be considered part of the variance.
So
And
only if it's directly tied to the MCC logo that is proposed. If it were just to be painted blue, no MCC lettering, then it would not be considered part of the logo because it's just a color at that point.
I mean, it's a division line, right, Connor? I mean, so she could put the three letters there and paint other parts of the building blue or black, as long as it wasn't connected to the MCC, correct? Like she could put a blue stripe above the windows and a black stripe between the windows and the lower ones, wouldn't that work?
That would be my interpretation, yes.
That makes sense, ma'am?
Yes, and
It just can't be touching the logo will be a part of the logo. So if you want to do that, I mean, it sounds to me like you need a continuance so you can go back and come up with some new ideas.
And maybe, would you be willing to come back with a couple options for us to look at?
yes, I would. We were, because World Cup and next month being that we wouldn't be able to get any painters in during that time period. And so I know that administration was hoping to get this resolved before that time. And but I would be willing to come back with some alternatives. Yes, sir.
I think that would make sense. I understand what you're trying to do. I mean, you saw us on the last case where we turned down a 200 and something percent. So I think that would be in your best interest. Maybe you can do a banner or something, get a permit and put a banner up for the World Cup or something along those lines that gets approved. Just for temporary branding, during the World Cup. That's just one thought process, but.
So, ma'am, could you have your ideas completed by our May 27th hearing?
Because we also have commencement within that period, I don't know that I would be able to make that particular date.
June 10th work?
June 10th would be great. Thank you.
Hearing no other questions or comments, I have a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Otto.
On docket number 5, I move that we continue this matter to the June 10th, 2026 meeting.
Motion for Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you in about a month and bring us a couple different ideas, please. Thanks again.
Thank you for your time.
Have a good day.
You too.
Docket item number 6. Case CD BZA 2026-53. A request to approve a variance to the parking and loading standards to permit a parking pad on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.35 acres, generally located at 4307 Warwick Boulevard. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
He's here. Have a seat over here at the table, gentlemen.
There's a hand raised online. Sydney Milstein, if you would like to speak on this case, you'll need to accept the promotion to panelist.
Okay. Sydney, can you hear me?
Sydney, if you could please turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn in.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
And you're interested in this particular case on Warwick, yes?
No. I've got the wrong case. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. No worries. Thank you. Come back.
Sorry about that.
Gentlemen, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Andy Batmer, 4307 Warwick Boulevard.
Thank you, Andy.
I do. Waylon Arndt, 9722 State Line Road, Leawood, Kansas.
Waylon. Gentlemen, who's speaking on the case? Are you going? Who's the initial pro? You?
I'm
Waylon?
the architect on the project. Andrew is the owner.
Great. There are lists of administrative exhibits, Wayland, labeled 1 to 9 that I'd like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to enter to?
I do not. And yes, please.
Okay. Part of this, a presentation by Liz Collins. Please tell us about the case.
All right, good morning. Before you today, we have docket item number six, which is CD BZA 2026-00053, which is located at 4307 Warwick Boulevard and is currently zoned R5. The applicant seeks a variance to the parking and loading standards to permit a parking pad on the north side of the subject site near the existing driveway and garage. Here is a overall look at the location of the property. It's located in Midtown. And here is a closer look at the subject site. You can see here is the dwelling unit and the detached existing detached garage and driveway on the side of the property. And here is a look at the site plan that was submitted. This is just seeing the entire property, and here is the zoomed in portion that shows the expanded parking pad near the garage. And then here are some photos of the existing conditions of where the parking pad would be placed. And this is just from looking from the house. So there is a previous variance case associated with this request, CD BZA 2019-5, which was approved on March 12th of 2019. It was a request for variances to the street side yard setback requirements to permit a parking pad, as well as an accessory structure larger than 200 square feet on the subject side. Basically, it was for a parking pad that was very similar and a parking pergola. It was all approved on March 12th, 2019. However, the approval expired on March 12th, 2021 as no work was started on the project, thus the variance expired. And again, this variance case that you have before you today is in the same location, but it is simply for the parking pad. So the request A is a variance request of 18 inches to the residential vehicular use area standards to permit a parking pad abutting the property line on the subject site. This is a variation of 18 inches, which is a 100% change as it'll just be directly on the property line. And with the recently amended parking ordinance, the new minimum street side yard setback for residential properties is 18 inches from the property line. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as parking pads are not commonly seen in this neighborhood, especially abutting a street side property line. Usually, many of the houses in this neighborhood that have additional parking, it's not seen so close to the street. The difficulty could be removed by a change in design. The parking pad could have been pushed to the south 18 inches to avoid a variance to this section of the code rather than be located on the property line. And then variance request B is a variance of 10.8%, which is 440.7 square feet, to the residential vehicular use area standards to permit a total paved area of 30.8%, which is about 1,258.78 square feet of the street side yard on the subject site. So the code maximum percentage of pavement in a street side yard is 20%. The applicant is requesting 30.8%, so it is a 10.8% change to the requirement. Again, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as parking pads are not commonly seen in this area. And again, staff believes that the difficulty could be removed by a change in design. Per the submitted site plan, the calculated percentage of pavement in the side yard is 30.2%. A variance could have been avoided if the driveway was expanded to the maximum of 20% rather than going above that and pursuing a parking pad. Looking at the variance review criteria, criteria A, strict application of the zoning code would result in unnecessary hardships. Strict application of the code does not result in any unique or unnecessary hardships for the applicant. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, many of the corner properties in this area have side loading driveways and garages. However, it is uncommon to have an associated parking pad right next to the street. And additionally, staff believes that the driveway could be expanded to be wider without needing a variance or a parking pad, as the existing driveway is only 8.7% of the street side yard. And additionally, the second variance request could have been avoided if the project had been initiated after the original BZA approval. Looking at the zoning variance is generally consistent with all relevant purposes and intents of the zoning and development code. The purpose of the parking and loading section of the code is to provide adequate on-site parking while reducing the demand for parking off-site and to promote flexibility in both commercial and residential districts. And then approval will allow the applicant to pave this portion of their property and utilize it as a parking pad. Additionally, it could free up some street parking surrounding the property. Denial will prohibit the applicant from paving 30.8% of the street side yard. Instead, they would have to use their existing driveway, redesign their plans, and or utilize street parking for their motor vehicles. And with that, that is the end of my presentation, and I will take any questions.
Any questions of Liz?
Liz, am I reading the site map correctly that the carriage garage is sitting on the property line already?
Yes, I believe so. Just like on the east property line. Yeah.
And then the retaining wall, this may be a question for the applicant. The retaining wall, is that on the applicant's property or on the neighbor's property?
So if you, and
I can
look at
pull
the,
it back
can
up.
you
Yeah.
put the drawing up
Yeah.
there, please? It's kind of hard to see over here. I guess you guys are used to squinting or something. I'll just tell you, the dashed line that's at the top of the screen is the property line. The carriage house is sitting just to the west of the property line. I don't know how many inches. It's an existing carriage house. It's been there for 100 years or whatever. As you can imagine, they didn't make them very big. And that's the whole issue here is the driveway is a carriage driveway. It doesn't really accommodate modern transit. So can you zoom in, please, on that connection garage to the driveway just for 1 second?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I can from this.
You guys don't have a printed copy, I assume. That's what I was looking.
We
to
have
see.
it in front of us.
You do?
Yeah, we have it in
Okay.
front of us as
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So the driveway itself, I think it might be a slight misnomer that it is actually being placed on the property line. I do believe there's approximately 18 inches there. If the driveway was pushed to the west, which is down on this plan, then it would no longer align with the carriage house. So that would.
I'm not to interrupt you, sorry. I'm just asking about the wall.
Yes, sir. The wall is on our, to the best of our knowledge, is on his property line and maintained by him. Sorry to go around your question there. I was trying to get the whole picture.
And that's staying in this plan?
The only questions I have for Liz.
Okay. Gentlemen, either Andy or Waylon, why should we approve the project?
Well, thank you for listening to us. The bottom line is we need to expand our driveway. It's a very narrow, 1909 design driveway that's very difficult. Well, it's difficult to get in and out, dangerous, a lot of cars parked, zipping around that area. And so we just need to change that. And for safety, and it'll look better. The way it looks now, I don't like, and I want to improve that. I've spoken, our neighbors don't have any problem with this. I presented it to the neighborhood association with the first request that was approved, and they had no problem with it. And I've talked to all of them since then. So,
All right.
So look at the picture that you have provided that has the carriage garage and then the house and the existing driveway. So are you is your proposal to tear out the concrete that is on the opposite side of the sidewalk? And then you're wanting to fill in concrete up to the edge of the retaining wall and then out to where I see the steps going up there to the corner of the house. I'm trying to picture this on this picture. Not that picture. Yeah, well, that's one, but I'm looking at this picture, Liz.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pull that up for a minute. I think that's kind of shows the area. I just want to yeah. So can you use her somehow to have her, can you show us where the concrete would go and what would be removed from this picture?
Sure. So essentially, this is the existing. Can I zoom in on that? Okay. Is that working up there? Okay. So as mentioned, the property line, to the best of our knowledge, is just on the other side of this retaining wall. We are looking to essentially pave right up to the bottom of this stone retaining wall to better align with the garage. Coming out to the street, the curb cut, if you will notice, is actually does not align with the driveway because we wanted to follow the guidelines and minimize the curb cut as well, while still having the ability to turn in and out of here. As far as going to the down and to the right here, over to those carriage house steps, the intent is for that to remain the. I'm all over the screen.
Yeah, so those little steps we see there, those would stay.
Essentially, I mean, they may end up getting replaced, but in kind. That's the milkman steps. So the driveway is just ends at, or the parking pad ends at that same location.
You have no concrete going in between the current drive and the stairs. Only between the drive and the wall. Is that correct? Is that what you're asking?
It's mostly concrete.
It would be both.
Because I see this.
Because there's a parking pad with a
This pad
driveway.
So this is going to become all concrete. So this is what, if he removes I think the concrete, as I see the plan, is going to go straight out because they want to pull in and park cars like facing, so the cars would be parallel to the street in length, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I think what they're intending is that you're going to widen this out with concrete all the way to where those milkman steps are, or maybe.
I see it.
Yeah.
I see.
And so that is a lot of concrete in the
Yeah.
front of the yard. That's why I wanted to make sure I understood what was going away.
Yes, and to kind of further on what he said, if I may, currently that street is full, there's an apartment building across the street that has massive parking pad. So you can imagine that parking pad doesn't always get used. There's not a way for him or his wife or his 13, will be 16-year-old son to park on the street. It's just not a viable option. Worst case scenario for them currently is somebody blocks their driveway altogether and they can't get in or out of their house. But what commonly happens is people sort of respect that and they pull right up to the edge of the carriage driveway, which is like 8 feet wide. And then you have cars parked on either side of that, plus across the street.
Right.
So you can imagine trying to navigate anything besides a motorcycle in and out of there is an extreme challenge. And this house is, not, obviously has a single car carriage, but modern standards wouldn't have this house of this scale, only having one car garage. And they haven't opted to go that option to preserve the character by not building a new garage or carriage house, which is common in this area. The house next to it has a carriage house that's probably 2,000 square feet or something. But so their intent is to utilize the space there for off-street parking for security, both on and off the property, ingress and egress. And as mentioned before, this was approved previously with a parking structure, a pergola structure on top of it. And we've actually done some reduction and some paving and things like that from that point. So, and a gate and a fence, I believe, were included as well. And I don't think we're not pursuing that at this time either. We're hoping that things work out and maybe get better.
I mean, I'm very familiar with the street. It's mere blocks from my office, and I drive back that way frequently when I'm heading out to lunch. So I know it is crowded and there's a lot of apartments. What type of landscaping would you propose with this? I mean, there's not a lot of landscaping around the house. I mean,
Yeah.
So there's nothing to soften this either. So I'm just asking what your overall plan is, so I understand.
Well, it's a work in progress, obviously, and part of me, especially on this side of the yard, was on the south side, we have solar panels, so that's a whole different situation with landscaping, but on the north side, I've been holding off a little bit because of this project, just to see what happened, how it came together. And we have planted some new trees along that side. They're still growing in. They're European hornbeams, and so they're going to fill in there really nicely. And you know, there are electrical lines there, so I don't want to mess with those or anything like that. But so the bottom line is that I have plans. It's just on hold until I get this figured out. But it would be, you know, typical, we're gonna come in with some sort of shrubbery around the house and something like that. And along the driveway, my wife's peonies, which I've now moved, because they're going to hopefully be dug, that area will be dug up. I'll probably transplant those around somewhere here, but to be specific.
Ms. Collins or Waylon, what's the distance from the milkman steps to the edge of the driveway? About how many feet is that?
Currently or in the proposed?
No, well,
In the plan.
in the plans.
And then the stairs are just up.
Yeah, he wants that.
Okay.
24?
Yeah, 24 feet.
All that would be concrete.
Yes.
So again, I just got to clear my brain, but from the sidewalk
Is there,
up to the carriage house and 24 feet in, that's all going to be concrete. Is that your intention, Waylon?
Yes, the parking pad area is 24 feet deep to accommodate two vehicles.
There is, so it would be paved up to the property line. There is 4 feet in between the sidewalk and the property line.
So that would not be paved.
That would not be paved.
Because this is a corner lot, the side that the driveway would be on, that's the front yard technically.
Here, I can pull it back up. This is, the driveway is on the street side yard, since the front yard is the shortest, property line. So yes, this is on the street side, not the front. But the street side, the street side pavement, requirement is, 20% versus the front yard one is 40%. So it's actually more strict.
Liz, is the curb cut going to be bigger? I see a power pole seems like right by the edge of his driveway now. Stop sign.
It's like, yes, it looks like the curb cut is going to be bigger. Is that correct?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, the curb cut width change addresses that concern right now from tight ingress and egress.
It looks like they're widening the curb cut by 4 feet. So.
In the area to the left of the driveway as you're pulling in, no problem with that. I'm all for that one from the driveway to the wall. That's okay with me. It's the other part that kind of bothers me, the 24 feet of concrete. What you call the milkman steps to that part of the driveway that kind of bothers me some, but I don't know how you get rid of that.
Well, I mean, there are other options. I mean, you can widen the curb cut and you could have that 24. You could have that because you could pull a car into the garage, pull a car off to the side and a car behind the garage door and still have 3 cars in there and get rid of some of that concrete. There's a way to do it that you wouldn't have as much concrete. I mean, I know modern living and families have more than one car or 2 cars. I get all that. But if this was built today, you might be able to get a 2 or a 3 car garage there, but your driveway would still be smaller than what you're proposing, I think. Because you'd have to, you know what I mean?
You have to widen it out.
Correct.
Once you go off the curb cut. into the
Correct.
yard.
I mean, just, I'm thinking about the other case we had where they basically paved the front of their house and the side of their house with concrete, and we made them take it out. So again, we have a precedence here. I know your house and your space is a little bigger than the house we just had a couple weeks ago, but it's a similar concept. So in terms of fairness, this board tries to stay consistent.
Could you design it on the right side, just like a typical third car garage or third car drive that has, when you pull in, you've got the bin that goes in and goes out to where, yeah, you wouldn't be able to pull in and go sideways, but you could still pull in and probably fit 2 cars there. Does that make sense?
I don't, so the project was originally approved to move forward and then COVID hit. And so Mr. Batmer decided to hold off on that to see how that's a lot of uncertainty. That incorporated a two-car carport, custom carport. This isn't like some tilt-up thing. It's an architecturally designed carport. And in doing so, the requirements for designing something new is that it has to differentiate from the historical structure. They don't want it to blend in. They want it to appear obviously new and separate. I don't think Mr. Batmer has abandoned that idea, but he has put a substantial amount of money into the historical renovation of this property over the last 10 years. It's been
beautiful.
Yeah, it's a wonderful property. And as such, I think he's just trying to address the emergent need here, which is to provide parking for safe ingress, egress, and parking for him and his family. That does not completely abandon the desire, potentially, that's still on the table in his mind, to have the carport, which is a covered structure, no sidewalls, in the future to further protect their vehicles and allow for, protection from the elements and something that you would have if you did live in the suburbs and you had that 3-car garage, something similar to that, but not visually.
If it helps with the concrete, it is going to be a stained, dark concrete. Makes you a little more comfortable. And I'm willing to commit to landscaping if the concern is to make it not so apparent from the street. That's not an issue. I'm open to ideas on that.
There is that 4-foot area along the street in question here, which is the side street from the house, that will be landscaped. I mean, that's what he's talking about. He just doesn't, and then possibly on this other side too. I see some doodles on his sketch here that there may be some transplanting going on there. Everything's in motion and nothing's set until this is done. But like I said, he's put a lot of money into the property and he highly desires its quality. So he's not going to want to just have the parking being a feature of the house. It's kind of a necessity at this point for them.
So as I understand the 4 feet, so there will be some green space. So it's less than 4 feet of green space because the sidewalk is a part of that 4-foot dimension, or is that 4-foot dimension to the edge of the sidewalk? It's hard to see on this diagram. That's why
It is 4 feet
between the edge of the sidewalk
and the driveway parking pad.
driveway. And is there any way that you would agree to cut off a little of the concrete such that it's not right up to those milkman steps? I mean, do you really need all of that just so that so that it matches the corner of the house? I mean, can you offset that in any way? I'm just trying to see if we can lessen the concrete in some way.
The parking depth in a standard parking spot's typically 20 feet. That 20 feet basically is, we're adding, I think there's the milkman steps are only like 3 feet wide or something like that. So we're basically incorporating them into it for a continuous pour. We do plan on replacing that milkman sidewalk because it's dated, and I think the stairs may or may not be replaced as part of the project. That's part of the evaluation. It's going to take place with the contractor. So without moving I mean, we can, if we left those in place, and I don't think we want to because I think the condition's not great, then we would, and we had a 20-foot parking space, we would have like a 1-foot gap between the milkman sidewalk and the parking pad. ideally they're not having to, and I understand, you know, even in a 1-lane driveway, if you have a 60-foot driveway, you can fit 3 cars in it. But the logistics of that, you know, 2 people working, 1 person going to school, in and out
You gotta
activities.
move 2 cars to get to the front car, and maybe you have somewhere to park and maybe you don't.
Most
I mean,
likely
that street's busy. So.
not. There's not really parking available in general.
I like that it's not going to be gray because that will stand out less.
The condo building across the street, they don't have any off-street parking at all. So that is 43rd Street is their parking lot.
It's tight through there when you drive through there. I know. I know. Okay.
Okay, what are we doing? Liz Collins, the previous approved back in 2019, because that means both Otto and I were on the board at that point. Yeah, did we approve kind of like Mike Meyer saying the swing? What was approved before? Do you know?
Yeah, I briefly looked at the case. It was 2 variances for the parking pad, like such, and then I think there were 9 variances for the pergola because it was close to all the other buildings and stuff on the property. But the design was for the parking pad was very similar. I just think it didn't go all the way to like there's like a path from the carriage house to the actual house, and it went further into that than this does. So
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we've had a reduction in the actual paving from the previous, because there's a landscape buffer area, but like she was saying, I don't know if you can see it on your plans, there's some existing columns, or footings there that I believe Andy would like to add back in the future. That was like a trellis, area that went between the carriage house and the existing house. So.
We are planning for the front sidewalk to the house, and then there's another smaller sidewalk that goes along the side of the house to the north and it's concrete, to take that out and put in paving stone pavers in that. So we would be removing some concrete there. If that helps a little bit, but
Liz, do you know what the reduction is from the last one that was approved? What the percentage is that they've reduced it or no?
I did not calculate the last one. So
I think it would be like within the line of the house, what we're talking about, the additional areas. So I don't know if it'd be reflected on that, but rather maybe a backyard, since I guess they have 2 backyards and a front yard and a side yard street.
that is a good point. Yeah, once it would get to the connection between the carriage house and the house, like the side yard is measured from the line of the house. So
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So this pad will not touch the house. It will not reach the house itself, correct?
oh no, it will, at the back, it will just barely come to, yeah, it will come to
At
the
the
house,
corner.
just at the back corner.
Just at the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where the convergence of the existing circulation paths come together that loop around the house.
See, because I'm looking at the overhead picture, and on the overhead, it looks like the milkman steps don't really touch the corner of the house. So they actually are talking about this pad going. I mean, I think what I hear is you're assuming you're going to tear out those milkman steps because I mean, according to this, the milkman steps don't touch the current
Oh no, I'm sorry.
corner of the house, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was wrong on that. It will not touch
Okay,
the
just
back of the house.
Yeah, because the diagram says it does, right? It touches the corner, but if you look at the overhead, your milkman steps don't touch the corner of your current house. So
Oh.
either this diagram is wrong and it has more concrete on it than you're asking for.
Back to the,
I think your dimensions might be
Actually,
off.
go to the demo drawing, please.
But I'm saying, if you
this one.
look at this, see, here's the milkman steps right there, and they're not
Yes, I can
touching the
pull it up
corner
real
of
quick.
the
I believe that there's a jog in the circulation there that creates a small landscape buffer. But I'm having her pull up the demo plan to see if it's reflected in that.
So here's the demo plan that shows what the concrete currently looks like in the side yard. And
Yeah, it's not touching the house.
I-
You see
I
what I'm
see.
saying? So
Yeah.
you've
And
actually
then-
added more concrete. I mean, I'm more amened if you would, take it up to those stairs because it's not touching the house, but you're asking for more than what you've described. Your plans don't
So-
match what we've been talking about.
I think the plan that you have physically here is the one from the from before that was approved. Yes.
So this is the wrong plan, is what you're saying?
That plan was not submitted for
Oh, I see.
this. Yes. Not now.
The alignment of the existing milkman steps and sidewalks is intended to be the extent of the
Right.
project.
So this plan is not accurate with what you're planning.
I think we would need a photograph to confirm that.
Okay, because I mean, I'm looking at this overhead map and you can see the line of where the existing milkman steps are. And I think it's in keeping with that other plan that she just brought up that.
Which has that landscape buffer and there isn't a jog. It's
Uh-huh.
just goes straight across.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if there's enough room, I'm fine with that. I was thinking it would probably just look better aligning it with the house. And I think I probably talked you into that or something. But if there's enough room, I mean, the point is to have proper parking. I want less concrete too. So if that works, which I think it did the last.
I mean, it's entirely possible that you could remove the steps to reduce access to your property from people that don't belong there in the first place. But I think the intent would be to align with that sidewalk. That is in terms of access. I don't believe that. I don't know. Maybe they do have a milkman service. That is actually available again. But I think the intent is that it would be minimally used. If we do end up squishing it down to say 21 feet or whatever, whatever that is existing, then I think that would still provide enough room for the vehicles. It would just not provide potentially not provide an ample walking way there. So if Mr. Batmer is okay with really, possibly infringing on access from the sidewalk through that milkman route, then I think that's a viable solution.
It looks like there's several feet in between the sidewalk and the house. Currently.
Based on.
That's
Sorry if I seem slightly confused. We've gone through a few iterations over the years.
I think you're referencing the demo plan, correct, with what's currently there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's talking about.
And I mean, you're talking about the sidewalk that goes from the house to the side of the garage that you're trying to match up with, correct?
Yeah.
And you'd still be doing that if you would build it in that sidewalk, in the L of those two sidewalks, right? You'd still get that continuity up to the side of the house, but you'd still have some green space dividing it.
driving the house.
And like I said, I'm not even sure that we discussed this, but if we're talking about reducing from 24 feet down to 21, we may want to, it would be at his option perhaps to remove those stairs anyway for various reasons we already indicated. I think there's already sometimes a challenge with keeping people off of the property. So
So do you need time to draw something else up so we have a different plan? Because we're going to need something to approve here. I mean, this is hard to do this verbally.
can we,
If you'd like, we could continue the case so that you can have time to revise some.
we
some plans.
certainly prefer not to do that. He's got the contractor lined up, ready to go. One thing that we could suggest is to utilize the exhibits that have been entered and set that we're going to honor the the west boundary of the existing sidewalk as opposed to resubmitting. I think that would indicate the intent of the project.
Ms. Otto, do we give them maybe a little bit of time to go in the back room, so to speak, redesign it and come back after our lunch break or after a break to give us more defined?
I would like a set of feet, so we don't, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, 24 feet, it looks like you're taking off, 3 feet or so. And if we could agree what that measurement is, it's gonna be easier for the code staff to come and inspect it and make sure we have good because if you're gonna tear out the milkman sidewalk, how are they gonna know where that was? Sorry, I'm not a very trusting individual these days. I've seen a lot of people do
I
these
think we would
things.
happily set it at 21 feet based off of what we're seeing there.
So you would agree to that because that would bring it in 3 feet.
Right.
Okay. I think if we could state those dimensions on the record and make sure that there's a marking on the plans for city code permitting, staffing purposes, inspection purposes, so they know, we'd have to draw a line or something.
Um,
And have, if you want to print a paper copy and have him initial it, change the dimensions and make that a new exhibit, I'd be more comfortable with that.
I'm under oath.
I understand that. I'm a lawyer. People don't always tell me the truth under oath. Sorry.
That's for you to prosecute them on.
Does the same thing to me all the time.
the variance requests are written for the specific amounts, so
Right. Do you
I
need-
believe those would need to be recalculated, correct? Or
Liz, do you want to take a break and figure this out?
Because we're going to take a break
Because we're
right
gonna
after
take a
this
break
case.
anyway,
And
so-
we could pause it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could do calculations. We're going to come back in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
if you would like an annotated site plan to attach to the motion, we will work with the applicant to prepare that.
I think it'd be cleaner.
Mhm.
Okay, let's take a break then.
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, whatever time it is.
Thank you.
11:09, 11:20.
19, 20, 11, 20.
Yes. You.
All right.
Let's get to work.
um
I don't have my seal with me.
He actually has 15 too.
Harris got to turn back on the system. Can we, recording, we still good?
Yes.
Live on the internet? We're back from our break. We're going to jump up to case number 9, or docket number 9.
Docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2026-58, a request to approve a variance to the Main Street overlay requirements to permit a fence taller than permitted and of non-permitted material, plus any additional variances on about 0.79 acres generally located at 3921 Baltimore Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands.
Hands raised online?
No.
Okay. Harrison, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Sworn. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Chris Stewart, 3921 Baltimore Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
I do. Harrison Pitchford, 2910 South 9th Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you, gentlemen. There are a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? Do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Yeah, you got to say yes or no.
Yes.
For the court reporter, thank you. And to be firm, you had no questions on the exhibits.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Part of this presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin to your left. Connor, tell us about this case.
Absolutely. So today we have docket item 9, CD BZA 2026-58, located at 3921 Baltimore Avenue. It's a B4-5 and B3-2 zoning district. The variance request is to the Main Street overlay fencing requirements plus any additional variances. The general location of the site, and then a closer look here outlined in yellow. These are the existing conditions of the site. You'll see the parking here on the south side of this building, as well as some images of existing fencing on adjacent properties.
Could you share your screen? I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There we go. Okay, so we've got existing conditions here. You can see the parking here on the south side as it currently exists, as well as images of fencing of adjacent properties. And then this is what the proposed changes are. You'll see that this area here is to be fenced off more for a play area with a bit of revision to the parking here. And there is parking over here to the west across Baltimore that I believe they also utilize. And then this is a picture of existing conditions. This is what would be proposed, so I'll just toggle back and forth here. And then an alternate view, the existing conditions and the proposed. And then this is the proposed material, black chain link fencing, with a mesh fabric over it. I believe they can probably explain the fabric a bit more here in a moment. So the variance request would be a variance of 2 feet to the height of a fence within the Main Street overlay to permit a fence of 8 feet on the subject site. Again, that's 2 feet or a 33% change. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as the Main Street overlay was adopted and set strict standards for any property located within its boundaries. And these standards are expected to be followed by the city and community surrounding the Main Street overlay. And the difficulty could be obviated by constructing a fence of 6 feet in height. Variance request B is a variance to the material. So the material provided is consistent with chain link covered with a thin fabric per the applicant's submittal. That is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as the Main Street overlay again set strict standards for any property located within its boundaries. Staff determined that the proposed material within the applicant's submittal falls under the status of similar materials when discussing prohibited fencing. And you can find that within the staff report. And again, the difficulty could be obviated by constructing the fence with materials that are permitted within the Main Street overlay. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions the board may have.
Questions of staff? Chris or Harrison, why should we grant your request today?
Thank you all for taking our time. Yeah, go ahead, Harrison.
Well, Chris is he'll answer your question primarily. I'm gonna pass around some reference material.
Okay,
It'll
that'll
make,
be exhibit number 10. Let me see it first,
Yeah.
but I'm.
it's a summary of the, some of the documents that we.
So that'd be admitted exhibit number 10. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but yeah, it's fine.
Thanks for this, for allowing us.
You get to decide if we get to look at it or not.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, close your eyes.
that's fine, of course. Yep. I did yeah, this is exhibit number 10, just to be clear. Okay, Chris.
All right. Thank you all so much. This August, our Church Redeemer Fellowship is going to be opening St. Augustine Academy as a ministry of the church. We love this neighborhood. We've been in this neighborhood for over 150 years, and we generally believe that our church and this school are really good additions to the neighborhood, bringing families and children into this immediate neighborhood and the immediate vicinity. We will have children ranging from the ages of 5 to 18 who will be attending the school. And we all know the importance of outdoor areas for children, play areas that are safe and secure for recess, outdoor activities, physical education. And again, we all know how important these are for children's physical health, mental health, and their overall development. Currently, we don't have a safe and secure playground area or other outdoor area other than those parking lots that you saw as Connor presented, which is why we're proposing to build a fenced playground in the parking lot that Connor referenced. It's also why we're asking for the variances proposed today relating to the height and the material. And just to keep in mind, not surprisingly, as we're a nonprofit church proposing to operate a nonprofit school, we are on a extremely limited budget. So to briefly summarize, we really think there's two key reasons why we're requesting the variances. First, we want to keep the children safely inside the fenced playground area. We're near two busy streets, as you saw, Westport and Main Street. And we believe a 6-foot fence is just too easily hopped or scaled, especially as the children get a little bit older, even if they're being supervised, which they will be. So we're asking for an 8-foot fence, which we think is a minimal deviation, but that will have significant impact in keeping the children within the fenced playground area. The second reason that we're asking for these variances is to keep the children safe and secure from outside threats. Tragically, we've been in this neighborhood for a long time, but it is marked by significant violence, drug use and trafficking, prostitution, and just a lot of folks that face mental health issues or homelessness. I cite some specific examples in our application, but suffice it to say, and unfortunately, it's not uncommon for our congregants on their way into church on a Sunday to be harassed, assaulted, or threatened by people with drug issues, mental health issues, even as they walk into church. And so the 8-foot fence would hopefully, and we believe would, significantly reduce the risk of dangerous individuals or just those with facing mental health issues from attempting to verbally assault or harass the students. A 6-foot fence, people could still easily peer over or look over. An 8-foot fence just provides that little bit more coverage that most humans are not over 8 feet tall. This is also why the material is really important to us. The school needs an affordable material that will create full screening between the children and these harmful elements that tend to be frequent the neighborhood or move through the neighborhood. So the vinyl coated chain link fence with this slatted screening really is the only affordable option to create the kind of protective environment we're desiring for the children. And we do want to just raise this as a potential issue. We in reviewing the ordinance ourselves, and you all are the experts, but it appears to us that there's a good argument to be made that the chain link actually is allowed within the MCO as long as it's 20 feet or more from the Main Street right-of-way. And we kind of, I know you all probably have it, but we just gave you a copy to highlight that section. That's section 9B3 of the MCO ordinance. And then finally, just to address a couple issues that staff have rightfully raised as concerns, given the one being the fence changing the character of the neighborhood. As we put in our report, there are adjacent properties, specifically schools, St. Paul's, which is a block and a half away, that has at least 12-foot chain link fence, serving the same purpose for their playground area. Westport Monastery across the street has an 8 to 10 foot. I didn't measure it, but it's at least 8 foot wood fence. Again, same purpose. They have an enclosed play area for their children. And then Camp Bow Wow is immediately adjacent, and it appears to be at least a 10-foot plastic fence. And these already represent deviations from the MCO. So we don't believe it would be too much of a change in the character of the neighborhood. And the second thing that staff, and I believe you all care about deeply, rightfully so, is setting precedent. Our response to that would be, we actually think this would potentially be I don't think it would be a negative precedent if other schools or community centers that are trying to create a playground for their children wanted to create a safe environment. And I think our case would be easily distinguishable from, a commercial enterprise or a business that just wants to throw up a large chain link fence on the cheap. It would be distinguishable in the fact that our purpose is to protect and create a safe environment for children, not just, wanting to throw something up on the cheap. So in conclusion, we believe our church and this school, their presence in the heart of this neighborhood, along with existing schools like St. Paul's and Westport Montessori, they're really good for the neighborhood overall. And we have a duty and a responsibility to protect the children by providing a safe and secure environment for those children who are enrolled in the schools. So for these reasons, we humbly ask for these variance approvals today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Questions? So Chris, I've got one.
Yes.
Of course, St. Paul's is it sits on top of a wall. I kind of have a problem with the opaqueness with the church. The 8 foot doesn't bother me. I think we gave a variance for a school around 35th and Broadway a month or 2 months ago. Does that ring a bell with you guys? And did they have opaque? I don't remember them putting opaque around it, where you couldn't see through it, basically. The 8 foot doesn't bother me. The opaqueness of it bothers me on your request, but I'm just one board member.
Yeah, I mean, I drive by St. Paul's all the time. And they have, I think, what you're referring to, which is that black chain link fence, and it is, I think, 8 feet tall, but you can see through it. And looking at Westport Montessori, it looks like they just have a normal privacy fence, and it's 6 feet, it's not 8 feet. So that's a little bit different. They're also surrounded by commercial, it looks like, in a parking lot. So.
And also to add to that point, Camp Bow Wow, the doggy daycare that's adjacent, has an 8 foot plastic privacy fence as well.
Do we know, did they come before the board and ask for a variance?
They're at 104 West. They are not in the Main Street overlay, so they would not have been similarly situated.
Okay. So they didn't need a variance.
Was the 8 foot allowed over there though, for commercials?
8 foot allowed, do you think, Sarah?
I don't know. I would have to look at, I'm not sure off the top of my head if Westport regulates fences, but they would not have had the same regulations applied to their property.
So we can't use them as a comparison, regardless of whether or not the fence could be that height, because they're in a different part.
I think the address might, so that address might be showing the west side of Baltimore. The fence that we're talking about is actually on the east side of Baltimore, which is within that Main Street overlay district.
Yeah, they have two locations kind of adjacent to, like across the street from each other.
Chris, do you need the opaqueness?
Yeah, the reason for the opaqueness is to prevent the kind of harassment that our congregants and it's sad, but that they experience and our staff experience on a regular basis. They're not so much all the time. I don't think threats of physical violence, but it's more folks that are obviously struggling with drug issues, screaming expletives as they walk down. Typically, it's right there on Baltimore, but also on Westport Road too. So just to create a barrier so that the children aren't seeing. We've also had naked people running through our parking lots. Where St. Paul's is different is they have that raised, they have the large wall and it's a raised, so it already kind of creates that opaqueness by the raised dirt and then the wall on top of it. Then the chain link is above that.
Right. But their fence to go into St. Paul's, the side area, if you're going to Starbucks from Paul's, there's no wall. I mean, you walk right through the gate. Of course, the gate's locked, but
Right.
again, it's opaque. A different neighborhood slightly than where you are.
Yeah, it's about a block and a half away. It's similar. Yeah,
No, it's different.
It is different. Yes.
I think to kind of add to that point that our building is adjacent, kind of catty corner to the Alcazar apartment building, which is just known for having.
I know.
You know,
I see the news.
Yeah, so we happen to just be kind of in the main pass of pedestrians from there.
This fence is going to be on the internal part of your property. It's not on an exterior site. And so all we're going to see though is just that bit through the parking lot. Right?
Correct.
This
Correct.
is not like a perimeter fence. I mean,
We pull it up on Google Maps by
yeah,
chance?
I mean, I
Yes, I
get what
can.
you're saying about the
Yeah.
opaqueness.
Yeah,
but
if it's not on the street level,
it's
then I'm,
not.
yeah.
It's not, it's inside. So if you look at their diagram, if you look at this one picture. So I think, so I think it helps to see that. I think it's not an external fence.
Is it even subject then to the code if it's not an external fence?
Yeah, it's inside that parking
This
lot.
parking space is gonna be inside, so you're not even gonna see it from the street. And I guess I'm less concerned about that because they still have access for police and fire, and you're gonna have a gate opening that someone would need to get inside if some child or human or adult
Absolutely.
would have a medical emergency. It's a little different, I think. St. Paul's is very visible from Main Street, right? This one's a little different.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest concern about it, I mean, have you talked to all the neighbors? Are the neighbors fine? I mean, it's a large fence. It's gonna break up the parking lot.
Yeah, so that's a great point. We actually own, the church owns those, all the
All of 'em?
commercial spaces along that parking lot that's on the south side of the building. And then basically it's church property until you hit Count Bow Wow and their fence right on the other side.
For reference on Exhibit 10, all the dark gray buildings are owned by Redeemer. That light gray building is owned by Camp Bow Wow.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
it's not on an outside edge.
Right.
It's a divider, and I mean, I think they're worried about Westport Road, right? That's the point where you have people causing issues, right?
In Baltimore.
And Baltimore. Baltimore. Yeah.
And so you have a fence over there too, right?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
both of those, it's offset. There's going to be parking in front of both of those gates. They're just a little different. It's like an internal fencing.
I'd also point out, we're proposing planting bushes and trees kind of along that fence to try and hide it as well, so.
It looks good. I think that it's a little bit more than what it's actually going to be in order to get a fire truck through
Agree.
there. I think the image is probably double the amount of bushes than what you'll probably have, but it makes it look a lot better. And that's why I asked who owns the buildings. If I own the building behind you, I would hope that you would do this same kind of planters or something on the backside of the fence. If you own the properties, and it's up to you. what you
Correct.
do, but-
So in the main application, so that image is actually not the fire truck access. The fire truck access is on the south side.
Got it.
Yeah, so this would just be a pedestrian access. The south side would have the fire truck, and then there would be a similar amount of planting, but where you're standing in the middle of the parking lot, you would see mostly the gate. The planting would extend kind of behind the building, so.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I have a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Otto, with your motion.
On docket number 9, case number 58, I move that the board grant the variances being requested.
I have a motion from Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Yes. Thank you. Project is approved. Good luck with it, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
You guys.
Let's go back
Have a
to
great day.
the,
Yep, thank
You too. Thank you so much.
Yes, we're ready to return to docket item number 6.
perfect.
Let's get it knocked out.
Gentlemen, come on up. Andy and Wayland.
5 left.
I'm not sure that it applied. It doesn't matter. I'm not sure
and-
that it applied. The overlay.
I agree with you.
Reading the ordinance, I don't think it applied, so.
I'm gonna go ahead and,
Main Street overlay prohibits fences over 6 feet within the whole overlay.
Well, within 20 feet of the right of way.
Note number I, no fence over 6 feet shall be erected on any lot.
I agree with council.
Okay, Liz.
Yes, so I am going, we have, exhibit number 10, which is the revised, site plan, for this case. We have reduced the concrete by 2 feet, which means that it now meets the end of the Milkman sidewalk. But it does not go all the way to the house. I'm gonna let you guys look at this.
That'll be exhibit number 10 will be admitted. Thank you.
Yes.
While we're looking at that, the pergola between the house and the carriage, you said there's the
Footings.
post base right now. Is that going to be replaced at some point? Is there a plan for that? I know because earlier someone had made a comment about that, and I just wanted to kind of get an understanding.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
And, you know, we've thought about it. I'd like to do it, but still trying to figure out exactly what we're doing. So I don't have a good answer to that.
Okay.
Exhibit number 10.
I would just say, you'll want to look at the code on that about attaching it versus not attaching it. Because depending on what you do will depend on whether or not you have to come back. So keep that in mind if you decide to do something there.
You can reach out to me to figure out.
Yeah.
What
We know
would
you
be
like to
good.
spend your day here, but
It's all right. I've been in worse places.
He didn't offer to buy lunch yet. Miss Otto, the 2 foot was what we scaled on the drawing. Sorry, I didn't have that information available at the time.
That makes sense. That's the buffer and that answers my question. I have a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Otto.
In docket number 6, case number 53, I move that the board approve the variance request in accord with exhibit 10 and the measurements thereon.
second.
Yeah, second, motion by Otto, second by Meyer. Please call the
Otto?
roll.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Liz, I'm going to remand this back to you for the file. Thank you so much. Good luck, gentlemen. Your project's approved.
All right, thank you.
See ya.
I'll look forward as I drive by to see the
Yeah.
brown concrete.
Don't wait 2 years. Can I give you some advice?
Okay, docket item number 7 is case CD BZA 2026-54. A request to approve a variance to the required side setback in an infill residential district to permit a greenhouse on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.09 acres generally located at 1657 Madison Avenue. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case. If you are the applicant or a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. So the applicant, Kathy Marchant, is online. I'm going to promote her to panelist. We have a hand raised from Deborah Smith, who I will promote to panelist, and Kai Anderson is being promoted to panelist.
Everyone kind of accept the promotion and turn on your cameras and microphones to be sworn in to give testimony on this case at 1657 Madison.
Oh, and Jody Kimball, I'm promoting to panelist also. So you have 4 people online.
4. I see 3 faces. Do I see a 4th one that I can't see? 1, 2. All right, everyone got your cameras and microphones turned on?
Kai Anderson and Jody Kimball, could you please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in?
I'm trying. Let's see.
Jody, we could hear you.
Yeah, we've got everyone, don't you? Kai's trying to figure out the camera part, but we can hear.
Jody.
Okay, good. You can hear me.
So do we have Jody?
This is Jody right here.
Okay, stand by. So I think I see 4 different people. So we're going to swear everybody in. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Just to make it simple, let's start with Kathy first.
I do. Kathy Marchant, 1633 Madison.
Jody, I remember that name.
Yes, Jody Kimball, 1606 Madison Avenue.
Who else do we have?
Deborah Smith.
I do. Deborah Smith, 1661 Madison Avenue.
Kai Anderson.
Yes, I do. Kai Anderson, 1700 Summit, 2nd floor, Kansas City, Missouri.
Perfect. Thank you, ladies. We have a list of administrative exhibits. This question is for Kathy, since she's the principal, it looks like. We have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 in order to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits, Kathy?
No, I don't believe so.
And do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Liz Collins on your case.
Okay.
All right. Before you say, we have docket item number 7, which is case number CD-BZA 2026-00054, located at 1657 Madison Avenue, which is currently zoned R2.5. The applicant seeks a variance to the residential development standards to allow for an existing greenhouse to remain within the required side setback on the subject site. All right. So this property is located in the.
Liz, could you share, please?
Yes.
Just so they can see it online.
Thank you. Duplicate. Okay. Okay. Is that any better?
Yes, you've got it.
Great. I'll get it one day. All right. So yes, here is a general look at the location of the subject site, which is on the west side. And then here's a closer look. Again, this is a community garden located on Madison Avenue. And you can see where it meets with 17th Street down below. And then here is the site plan associated with the case. So where you can see it faces to the west where the entrance is. The greenhouse in question is located right here. And it is only 162 square feet. And then there are some garden beds to the east of the greenhouse. And then here are some photos that were submitted by the applicant showing the greenhouse in 2006, as well as the garden in 2011. And then here are some photos of the greenhouse today in the same location. And then so the variance request before you today is a variance of 2.3 feet to the residential lot and building standards of 3.3 feet to permit a 1-foot interior side setback on the subject site. So this is a, this is 2.3 foot variance and a 70% change, as the minimum required side setback for this lot is 3.3 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated per aerial imagery and discussions with the applicant. The community garden has been in existence since 2006, with the greenhouse being placed on and off during those 20 years. Additionally, the new location of the greenhouse should not affect the neighbor to the north. The difficulty could be removed by a change in design, as the small structure would only need to be moved 2.3 feet to the south to bring it into compliance. Looking at the variance review criteria, criteria A is that strict application of the zoning code would result in unnecessary hardships. We find that strict application of the zoning code does not result in a practical difficulty for the applicant. Practical difficulties occur when an applicant cannot meet the standards in the city's zoning code, regardless of what they're trying to do with the land. So staff acknowledged the applicant's desire to ensure the greenhouse receives full sunlight throughout the year. However, this is not a practical difficulty regarding the zoning code, as strict application of the required setback does not restrict the applicant from relocating the structure to a different portion of the property. Review criteria B is that the variance is generally consistent with all relevant purposes and intents of the zoning and development code. The residential development standards are intended to ensure that new development is compatible with the city's many neighborhoods. Regarding side setbacks, the proposed variance is not consistent with the placement of existing buildings within the neighborhood, as it is closer to the side setback than most of them are. And then review criteria C is that the zoning variance will result in substantial justice being done for both the public and the individual. Approval of this variance would allow the applicant to keep the greenhouse in its current location. Approval also provides a benefit to the public, as community members can continue to use the greenhouse for their garden. Denial would require the applicant to either relocate or remove the structure. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Any questions of Liz? Kathy, why should we approve your request today?
Well, we've had this little garden there for 20 years. The greenhouse was located against the fence in another location on the property for 20 years. This is a shared garden that everybody on the block shares. We have fruit trees. We all pick the fruit. It's a place that we gather, and we also grow vegetables there. And the reason that we moved the greenhouse is that a cherry tree that was supposed to be a dwarf cherry tree grew big and shaded the previous location. And that makes the greenhouse not functional for us. So we moved it into the sunny spot on the lot, the only spot that actually the greenhouse can function. And it's a shed greenhouse. It's just a little accessory to the principal use of community garden. It's only 160 square feet. At this location, the greenhouse functions. There is no other location on that land where we can have our greenhouse get sun. I have several letters. I don't know if you can see them from
We did.
neighbors.
You have many notarized letters. Thank you.
Yes, I had to go do a lot of notarizing for this thing. So there's, so all those, the neighbor to the north loves it. She benefits from it. The neighbor to the south benefits from it. The people up and down the street love it. It's just a little place that we have in our neighborhood that if we had to move it or get rid of it, it would be a loss, for our community. And so I think it should stay where it is, since it's been there 20 years and we need it to be in that spot. I mean, they suggested in the report that we could move it 3 feet to the south, in which case it's in the shade of the house next door. And so it doesn't work. It doesn't work as a greenhouse. So that's why we're applying for the variance.
Thank you, Kathy. The other three ladies, are you in support or against this proposal?
Support.
Kai?
Support.
Support.
All right.
Yes.
There are many letters that are notarized that support it. I'll take your testimony right now that you support it as well. I was wondering whether I could come down and put it in the greenhouse myself. Just kidding, of course.
You can.
Anytime.
Board members, any other questions or comments? Motions, anybody?
I have a motion.
Sure, go ahead.
On docket number 7, case 54, I move that the applicant be granted the variance requested in accordance to staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it and happy growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Keep on going.
Bye.
The interpreter is here for docket item number 3.
Okay.
We'd like to go back to that item.
Go ahead and call case or docket three,
Docket item
please.
number
Thank you.
3 is case CD BZA 2026-29, a request to approve a variance to permit excess pavement in the front yard, plus any other needed variances on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 420 Lawndale Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. We'll have our applicant and interpreter come up to the front desk. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. And I'd like to swear everybody in, so to speak. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you pull the microphones over for both of you?
Both. And
Into it.
yeah, could you state your names and address for the court reporter, please?
Phạm Thị Úc, Phạm Thị Úc, Diêu Thi. Gì? Cái kiểu gì? Có 20, 40 là nhiều. Cái ID ra. Nhớ thì lấy. Nhớ thì lấy địa chỉ ra. Đâu biết đọc đâu. Có Tony Lendale.
Perfect. Thank you.
420 Lauderdale Avenue.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that I need to admit for your hearing today. Does she have any questions on those exhibits, and do I have her permission to admit them?
Giống như bây giờ á, là cái chuyện của cái nhà của chị đó. Chị có vấn đề gì không để nó nói chuyện với người ta? Mình muốn xin cho nó đừng ở làm gì hết. Nói. Tao nói được, nói tiếng Việt. Mình đồ tiếng lịch. I told her just speak Vietnamese. I can translate what you want to do. Let me English.
Okay, that's good.
Rồi nói.
So those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by the lady to your left, Stephanie Saldari. Please tell us about the case, Stephanie.
Okay, we have docket item number 3, CDBCA 2026-29, located on 420 Lawndale Avenue, zoned R-2.5. The applicant seeks to obtain a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger amount of impervious surface in a parking spot in the front yard. So the subject site is located just south of Cliff Drive. And then highlighted in yellow is the subject site. So this is on the same street as the case we heard a few months back. Here is our site plan. So there are actually 2 proposals, but I'll get to the second proposal at the very end. But one proposal is a 17 by 20 foot parking pad. So this is a picture of the subject site. The grass here is turf, so it is the front yard is fully paved technically. And then that's just another angle. Okay, so we have a variance request of 1% to the residential vehicular standards to permit an impervious surface coverage of 41% on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 4.1% change, and the max allowed is 40%. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, although there are properties adjacent to the subject site with fully paved front yards. They were not permitted. So looking at parcel viewer, other nearby properties within the neighborhood have code compliant front yards. There is an alley behind the subject site, but it is unimproved and difficult to drive on. So the front yard is the only space the parking pad can be placed. And again, this is that same site plan. And just another photo. And then so previously, like this case has not been heard before, but previously there was going to be a variance to allow a parking pad in the front yard, but with our new parking ordinance, the setback for parking pads was eliminated, so they don't need a variance for that 20-foot setback anymore. Just the impervious surface and the side setback for this pad. So variance request B is a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a 0-foot side setback for a parking pad in the front yard on the subject site. This would be a complete deviation. And then again, this does cause a change to the character of the neighborhood. There are properties on adjacent to the subject site with the same 0-foot side setbacks, but they were not permitted. And if 18 inches of concrete is taken off the north side, so of this side here, then it would meet that setback. And then the last request is a special exception of 2 feet to permit a 6-foot fence in the front yard per submitted site plan. This is a 50% change. And a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is somewhat anticipated. So only a small portion of the fence encroaches in the front yard, but it does not cause visibility issues. The neighboring house to the south of the subject site also has a 6-foot fence encroaching on the front yard, but it does not, to city staff's knowledge, it does not have an approved special exception. And so the orange dotted line is that part of the fence that's on the front yard technically. And this is that fence portion. Another photo. And then the second alternative the applicant was wanting to request was a 100% deviation to keep the front yard fully paved as it currently is. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. And Stephanie, show the fence again. How many fence posts in would that be that are over code?
That's a good question.
About 4, 3 or 4?
Yeah, maybe like the first 3 or so.
Yeah, 3 panels. Okay.
Steph,
And I saw in that same photo,
Mhm.
a house further down the street is at 6 foot.
Yeah, and that's the one we didn't find records of of a special exception.
That's been permitted, correct? What you're saying?
Probably not, because there wasn't a special exception on that property down the
No, I'm
street.
sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
and then so the houses 418, 16, 414, looks like 410. Have those all been granted similar?
No. So, okay. So out of the houses that have the code violations for the pavement, only 2, including 420, have come before the board. The other one was 418, and they were last heard in January and were given a continuance to July to allow more time. I think just to get more funds to be able to
And
get
that
rid of that
that
pavement.
418, if I remember correctly, they were granted the variance to have the pad in the front, but it's the amount
It's
of
the
concrete.
amount, yeah.
That was the problem.
But now having the pad in the front is, that part of the code has been changed, so yeah.
Has this always been one lot, or did there used to be a house in between to the left of this property?
I'm not sure. I can have the
Seems
applicant.
like it's about twice the size of.
Yeah, it might have been combined at some point or was always like that. I'm not sure.
You're saying this is turf, not grass, so
Yeah.
what's beneath the turf?
Concrete.
That's all concrete underneath of there.
Yeah, so it's like the other house, the neighbor house, where they put turf over the concrete.
I guess I have a question for the applicant. The contractor that she used to do this, is it the same contractor who did the neighbor's house?
Giống như nó hỏi là cái người mà sửa cái nhà của chị là cũng giống như là cái người sửa cái hàng xóm hay là sửa người khác. Cái người mà làm cái nhà của chị đó. Khác sao mình biết được? Cái nhà của chị làm là hồi đó chị mua nó đã có sẵn hay là cùng một cái người sửa? Dạ, có sẵn. She said, she bought the house ready, got a parking lot and ready be there. That's why she don't know where, they build or the contract. I don't think the same.
So when did she purchase the house?
Giống như chị mua cái nhà đó hồi nào? Mua 2020, nhưng mà là mấy năm mà để đó không có ở. Bây giờ chị cứ nói thẳng là chị mua cho chị nhà hồi nào, cái giấy tờ qua nhà chị là ngày nào. Đừng có nói mua gì hồi cho mướn vậy đó. Nói cái nhà mà lúc mua. Lúc mình mua đó 2010. Không biết 20 21 gì đó. She don't remember exactly, but she bought the house like 2020 or 21.
Okay, and so this parking pad was already like that when she purchased the house.
Giống như khi mà chị đã mua cái nhà đó là cái parking lot nó đã có sẵn vậy rồi phải không? Yes.
And the turf
là có sẵn rồi.
and the turf was already there when she purchased the house.
Giống như cái turf là cái giống như cái bên này, cái chỗ mà chị bỏ cái cỏ giả đó. Bây giờ chị nói hồi đó là hồi đó có rồi. Yes.
Stephanie, could we get you to pull up? Could we add a Google Map image to this?
Mm-hmm. Do you want parcel view or Google?
Actual Google Maps.
The exhibit number 11, if we're looking at it. Will be admitted.
Then just go to the street view on the.
That's from June of 2024.
Yeah.
Okay, so that has grass at that time.
22, but that looks like real grass.
That's real grass, right?
So my concern is that it's showing on 2024 that there was grass on that parcel. And if she purchased in 2020 and it was concrete.
Sorry, I forgot to share my screen.
What am I missing?
Nó có như vậy rồi. Nó có thiệt thấy không? Đó.
Will you click on June of 2024 on the bottom?
2024.
So this would be approximately 4 years after she purchased the home and there's grass there now.
Là giống như là chị lấy cái cỏ là chị bỏ vô rồi sao? Chị hồi xưa đó. Thì mình bỏ cỏ giả lên. Nói đi.
Do we have any comments on this? I mean, I'm trying to understand. She purchased the home in 2020 and the concrete was there. Why was it not there in 2024?
Giống như á, là nó nói là chị mua nhà năm 2020 phải không?
Yeah.
Nhưng mà tại sao bây giờ 2024 mà vẫn có cỏ, chị bỏ đó hồi nào? Trở lại đi. Cái lúc đó là chị sao? Cái lúc đó chị mua cái đó là nó 24 là có cỏ đó. Rồi sao?
24 có cỏ rồi. Bây giờ thấy giống như bị sình quá.
Oh, she said she remembers she bought the house, but the house got a mug, or that's why she decided, look like take the rock out and put the fake rock or something. Yeah.
Để cho đậu xe lên cho nó sạch sẽ.
Oh, she said, because she lived, the street. And when she parked the car and, got a, accident all the time. That's why she think, she can, put the fake grass and because she can parking the car.
Is there concrete under the artificial turf currently?
Giống như là cái cỏ ở dưới á, là chị bỏ cái đó country hay là gì là bỏ xi măng.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said yes.
I mean,
Đúng rồi nói.
just a reminder that, I mean, we're under oath to tell us the truth. So
Giống như nó nói, chị nói gì nhiều lúc tôi không nhớ. Giống như chị, ở đây là chị phải nói sự thiệt.
Dạ, giống như mình nhiều khi mình bệnh hoạn quá, mình không có nhớ ngày nào, ai biết được.
She come here, she kind of look like kind of fake, scared. That's why she don't remember them. Okay. I just relax.
yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of. I just need honesty. I need to know that we need to know the truth. So
Bây giờ chị nói với người ta là nói bằng sự thật thì nói là bây giờ tại vì ngày xưa là mình thấy vậy rồi mình mới bỏ ấy để mà bỏ xe chứ.
Bây giờ mình nói tiếng Việt nó biết không?
Chị nói em dịch lại.
Dạ, giống như mình thấy nó dơ quá, nó sình không mà mỗi lần mưa xuống nó sình lầy đó. Thấy gì mới làm cho nó sạch sẽ, cho nó giống sạch sẽ đường phố vậy.
Yeah, she said, because she bought the house but they don't have the parking lot and the other side, if raining, they got floods and mud and she don't look, your house look clean. That's why, she decide, maybe she can put the concrete and, make the house better.
so the concrete was not there when she purchased the home.
Giống như là khi mà chị mua nhà là cái nhà đó nó không có cái đổ xi măng phải không? Nói đúng rồi đi.
Dạ. Nhưng mà tại vì giống như sợ quá rồi nói không dám nói.
Yeah. She tell look like she bought the house, they still got a rat and but after the house get dirty and that's why she.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Stephanie, what's the size of the concrete in front of the house? What's the pad size?
Nhưng mà cái đằng trước á, là lúc chị mua là cái nhà nó đã có như vậy rồi hay sao? Chỗ mà đậu.
Okay.
đặt cái đầu.
So the frontage is 48 feet and then it goes everything in front of the house will be 48 by 17.
Yeah, I'm just asking where those two vehicles are parked. What is that dimension? Because parking is now allowed in the front yard.
Yeah.
I'm one board member, but the turf is not appropriate and that we can't have a complete side yard covered in concrete. We had this in another case. We had it taken up. This last one we had is a much bigger lot than this. It was
Yeah.
in front of the garage. So I'm one board member,
Oh.
but I could be convinced to let her keep the concrete right in front of the house where she could park two cars, but all of that turf area has to be dug up and put back to grass.
Yeah, so it looks like they park the cars right in front, and when I spoke with them, like, they prefer to keep all of it paved, but if not, then a 17 by 20 parking pad to at least be able to fit both cars.
So that's the amount that you said though that they would have to remove. Wasn't it only like 18 inches?
Oh yeah, if they can't keep the side setback variance.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about that.
Mhm.
I'm really worried about getting that whole
This
side
one.
yard cleaned up and back to grass. So if you can give me the dimensions, so if you see the photograph, what I'm looking for are
Mhm.
these dimensions, Stephanie, if you can help me. So if you look at the photograph that comes right after your site plan,
Mhm.
what is the dimension of the concrete that where that seam is, you know, where you see where the
Mhm.
trash cans are? Let's see that
Yeah.
seam.
From here.
Yeah, yeah,
here.
right. From that
So
seam, I would allow that to the white fence.
yeah, so that will be that'll be like the 20 feet long or wide, 17 feet deep.
So it's that 20 feet by 17 feet.
Mhm.
Okay. And then, okay,
Is that request A?
Yes.
that's what I was gonna,
Okay.
thanks, Gonzalo. Yeah.
That's request A.
And request B is because it's touching the neighbor's yard.
Yeah, it's right on the property line.
And is this before us because of the neighbor's violation?
Yeah, it looks like at some point, someone reported all of those 4 houses.
I'm only one board member, but if we're gonna have them come out and remove the concrete on the left side of the house, I think we should have them remove the 18 inches on the right side of the house also.
The neighbor, I think it's 420, the greenhouse.
Mhm.
That's the case that's been continued until July, right?
Yes.
And they're going to be proposing a plan for removing the concrete on one side or the other, I think.
Mhm.
Is it the greenhouse? or the
Yes.
Yellow
No, just to the right of it?
Yes.
Oh.
So that greenhouse came before us a couple months ago.
Okay.
And I believe the applicant, we had talked about what constitutes an impervious surface. Because grass is not necessarily the only option for putting
Mm.
something there.
But the problem is in this house, there's concrete underneath the impervious surface, right?
Exactly.
The other house doesn't have that. Looks like the other house is under construction.
If the house that came before you also they put turf over the concrete as well.
Yeah.
They did.
They did. That's why I was asking if it was the same contractor, because it's the exact same setup as the neighbor's house. Yeah. It's almost identical. They did the exact same thing. And so with them, if I'm remembering correctly, they were told that they had to remove the turf and come up with a plan for reducing the amount of concrete to the more specific size. And then they were going to put an alternate surface down that was not concrete and was not grass, because they were not going to use grass, was their decision that they had told us.
Well, we need,
Was it decorative rock? What were they going to do? Wasn't it rock of some sort?
Well, there hadn't been a decision because they were going to talk to staff about what was the possible replacements other than grass. Because I think to my current knowledge, I think the options are grass or an unknown list of things.
Yeah.
I'm still working on trying to understand the other options.
Based on the image from 22, they were parking in the grass anyways, it looked like, so. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm just one board member. Variance A doesn't really bother me. It's like a foot that it's off. How much of the on variance D, Stephanie, how much of the fencing would they have to, like how many feet of fencing would they have to remove if they took it down to 4 feet instead of 6?
Like from,
Yeah, like how much of that is it, like one,
Look like two
two
sections,
sections?
2 or 3 sections, really. That's variance D. Do we all agree?
Yeah, that's variance D.
you request C unless my staff report.
Not D,
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, on mine it's D.
Mine is D too.
Mine is
It's-
C. There's two different staff.
Yeah.
reports.
Yeah,
Had
because,
that problem earlier.
yeah, the previous staff report had the extra variance that now is not needed.
I see. I was so confused as to one of them. I was like, what? I thought that wasn't. That's the one that was uploaded 5.8.
Yeah,
So variance A would allow how much
it would be a 41% of the front yard.
Yeah, so it's a 1% extra amount of concrete.
but that would require concrete underneath.
Well, so Stephanie, when you were measuring for A, you just measured the actual pad. You weren't measuring like they weren't measuring the concrete underneath the turf, right?
Yeah, so basically, like because I did do a site visit with this one, with one of the investigators. And so we measured the frontage and the depth, and then they wanted the 17 by 20. And so everything else, I don't know what the area would be.
The image looks bigger than 17 by 20.
Right, but variance A allows them to have the 17 by 20,
Mhm.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Variance B is
Technically,
is the green.
I was gonna say technically, then the fact that the turf is not actually one of the variances being requested, because A is for the concrete pad that the cars sit on to be 1% bigger than normal. B is so that concrete pad can touch the neighbor's yard, and C is that 6-foot fence on the side. So the fact that there is concrete under that AstroTurf is not actually an issue that's before the board.
So if the board were to approve variance A, then they would have to remove whatever else is paved.
What Stephanie said is A, B, and C is one request, but they had an alternative request was to allow all of the concrete to remain, which is under the thing. So that's what I was clarifying.
Mhm.
So I
One in here somewhere.
no, it's just.
Oh, it's just a
alternative.
verbal.
Right at the end.
I'm just one board member, but we were very clear with the neighbor that they had to remove their excess concrete. And as just one board member, I think it's only fair that we come to this, that we would ask the same of you, because they had a very similar story, and they were still asked to remove that concrete on the side of that was in excess. But
I agree.
that's just my thought.
So by granting A, B, and C only, we would treat them the same as the prior applicant, correct?
I believe so.
Well,
Well, except for
close to it.
see, the fence wasn't before us last time.
Right.
The fence is a new request, but A and B, that would make them the same as the applicant next door.
Right.
I have a motion.
Yes, Ms. Otto.
In docket item 3, case number 29, I move that the board grant variance request A and B and deny variance request C.
I have a motion for Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
That would make them remove the rest.
No, yeah.
Yeah, they have to, yes, and the fence has to come down to the right height.
And you want to tell, 1 second here. You want to tell her that the fence is coming down to the correct height?
We haven't voted.
Well, we haven't voted yet. Yes. Let's just call the roll.
Okay, Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Opposed. So again, please explain to her that the first two requests were okay, but the third request on the height of the fence, it's got to be reduced to 4 feet until it meets the side of her house, as I recall.
Mhm. That would be correct. Yeah.
Definitely, you want to explain that to her and let her tell the applicant.
So basically they approved to have the 17 by 20 parking pad, but the rest of the pavement needs to be taken out. And then yeah. So anything that's in the front yard needs to be taken out. And then the fence is 6 feet. It needs to go down to 4 feet.
Cái gì?
We can talk about it after.
Okay, good. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Yours resolved. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you so much. Cảm ơn. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, is the Vietnamese word for thank you. I didn't know that because I was just here a couple months ago.
Visiting. Do one more.
You have 4 more cases.
4 more cases.
4 more cases. So do you want to do 2 quick lunch break?
Let's just take a quick
Half hour.
like half.
Yeah, half hour, 30 minutes.
We,
Is that okay?
we
with
will
Dylan?
lose, I think, a member at 2 o'clock. So,
I can stay a little longer.
oh, okay.
So 12:30 now, we'll come back here at 1 o'clock and hopefully get through the last 4 cases.
Okay.
Perfect.
Aye.
They say their name, but move.
I took her car keys just in case.
Oh, there you see.
And we have no parking pass either.
Yeah, that too, because I wasn't going anywhere.
All right, everyone. After our lunch break, we're coming back in session. Please tell us about the next case.
Docket item number 8 is case CD BZA 2026-57, a request to approve a variance to the required street side yard setback to allow for a front porch on the subject site, plus any additional variances on about 0.14 acres generally located at 4105 Sunrise Drive. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Patricia Wesley, 4105 Sunrise Drive, KCMO 64123.
Thank you, Patricia. There is a list of administrative exhibits we'd like to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9 on the staff report. Do you have any problem? Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And if not, do I have your permission to admit them?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a presentation by Liz Collins to your left.
All right. Good afternoon. Today before you, we have docket item number 8, which is CD BZA 2026-00057, which is located at 4105 Sunrise Drive and is currently zoned R5. The applicant seeks a variance to the street side yard setback for a corner lot to approve an expansion of a deck at the entrance to the single family dwelling. So here is just a look at where this property is located. And then here is a closer look. So again, it's a corner lot because of this Live Gladstone place over here. The front yard is the shortest end, which technically fronts Gladstone Place. And this is the street side yard. However, the driveway and the entrance to the house they come from Sunrise Drive. So. And then here is the site plan from the applicant. And so if you can see from here, here is the deck that is being replaced over here, and the stairs that lead to it. And then here are some photos from the applicant that just show the property in question. And the deck, as you can see, that has been rebuilt. And then just in addition to this case, there is a previous variance case that number 4785A that was approved. And this goes back to November 9th, 1965. But the variance in question was a variance to the rear yard requirement to permit construction of an addition to the house to extend within 16 feet and 4 inches of the rear property line. So basically that variance approval granted the addition of the house in this area because of the constraints on the lot. So the variance request before you today is a variance of 6.83 feet to the minimum street side setback to permit an 8.17 foot street side setback on the subject site. So this is a 45% change as the required minimum street side setback, regardless of residential zoning district, is 15 feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as there has consistently been a front deck on this site, and the expansion of the deck is only 1 foot further out from the previous one. Staff finds that the difficulty cannot be obviated without a variance. Due to the placement of the principal structure, there's no way to expand the deck without encroaching on the street side setback. Additionally, the deck is needed to access entry into the dwelling. And then looking at the variance review criteria, criteria A is that strict application of the zoning code would result in unnecessary hardships. Strict application of the code does result in a practical difficulty for the applicant. As you can see on the submitted site plan, the existing single-family dwelling, excluding the deck, is only 14.21 feet away from the north property line, which means that that the building would need to be sited further south on the property if it were to be built under today's code. So staff finds that it would be impossible to expand the deck without encroaching on the setback. And as seen in the previous variance case, the size of the lot and existing residence make it difficult for exterior renovations to be made. Review criteria B is that the variance is generally consistent with all relevant purposes and intents of the zoning and development code. The residential lot and building standards are intended to provide development flexibility while at the same time helping to ensure that new development is compatible with the city's many neighborhoods. And review criteria C is that the variance will result in substantial justice being done for both the public and the individual. Approval will allow the applicant to keep the renovated front deck and finish the as-built permitting process. Denial will force the applicant to remove the expanded deck. And with that, I will take any questions.
Was the deck at issue already built? Is that what's in the photo?
Yes, correct.
Yes, sir.
So it's not getting any bigger than what's in the
No,
photo? Okay.
it's not.
Any other questions? Ms. Wesley, why should we approve your request today?
I did write a letter, okay? So I didn't do like the other people, but okay. I'm requesting approval of a variance for my property located at 4105 Sunrise Drive within the city of Kansas City, Missouri. The existing placement of the home on the lot creates a practical difficulty in meeting current setback requirements. The structure was established in its current location prior to my ownership and leaves minimal buildable area for improvement that would otherwise be permitted. Strict compliance with the ordinance would require relocating the home further back on the lot. This is not reasonable option due to the significant structure, financial, and logistical burden associated with moving an existing residence. As such, the hardship is not self-created, but is inherited to the property's existing condition. Additionally, the proposed deck is not a substantial expansion. The difference between the previous deck and the new deck is approximately 1 foot. This minimal change reflects an effort to maintain and improve the existing structure rather than create a significant new encroachment. The requested variance is minimal in scope and will not negatively impact adjacent properties, impair drainage, obstruct views, or alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Granting this variance will allow for reasonable use of the property while maintaining the spirit and intent of the zoning regulations. For this reason, I respectfully request approval of this variance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It seems pretty straightforward to me.
Ma'am,
Very challenging lot.
yeah,
It is.
any objections from your neighbors, ma'am?
No, not at all. I've known these neighbors for over 20 years, so.
Yep, you want to go? Okay, go for it.
I'd like to make a motion on docket number 8, case number 57. I move that we approve the variance in accordance to staff report
Exactly.
and site plan.
Thank you. I have a request from Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Ventura.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you for coming before
Thank you
us.
so much.
Thanks for your
This was
patience
easy.
today too. It's been a long day. Sorry for those who, but.
You guys must have been very happy after lunch.
We are generally nice people.
Well, and Ms. Otto and Mr. Ebbets, you guys were on the board at the time that the original variance was granted, right?
Yeah, 65.
Just, I mean,
Mr. Ventura,
Absolutely.
you're down on my list. I was not born yet in 1960.
I'm just asking because that's always the answer. Whenever variance comes up, oh yeah, I remember that. I was here. Oh yeah, I remember that. I was on the board. I was sitting right there.
Okay, docket item,
Taking your raise back. Mr.
uh-oh. Docket item number 15.
Yes.
Case CD BZA 2026-24. A request to approve a variance to the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard, plus any additional variances on about 0.11 acres, generally located at 2524 Brighton Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. Who am I looking for, Connor? I don't see.
You have the Johnsons? Oh, come on up, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Have a seat right here at the table.
I didn't see you behind the podium. If we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We don't have any hands raised online.
Great. Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do along with your name and address.
I do. Nathaniel Johnson, 2528 Brighton Avenue.
Thank you, sir. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. They're associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No, I don't.
Great. And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Part of that is a presentation by the planner, Connor Tomlin. Connor, please tell us about this case.
Okay. As soon as it pops up, there we go. Docket item 15, CD BZA 2026-24, located at 2524 Brighton Avenue, is an R2.5 zoning district. A request for variances to the vehicular use standards on a residential lot, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, and a closer look of the site outlined here in yellow. You'll see a little orange line there on the south side. The lots were combined, so there's a larger orange line underlying that yellow line, just showing that the two lots are combined into one. And for reference, calculations that are being used today were created through Kansas City Parcel Viewer, so that's where these numbers are coming from today. And calculations are based on the driveways only, as the pavement from the sidewalk to the front door of the home is not a vehicular use area and is not considered part of this variance. So the front yard area equals 1412 square feet per parcel viewer measurements, and then the impervious surface area, as I described, of the front yard is 787 square feet per parcel viewer measurements. Variance request A is a variance of 12 feet to the maximum width of a driveway at the property line to permit a driveway width of 34 feet on the subject site. It's a 12-foot variation or a 54% change. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as properties in this area do not appear to contain extensive pavement width at the property line per parcel viewer imagery, and the difficulty could have been obviated by contacting development management prior to the work being completed. Variance request B is a variance of 222.2 square feet to the total amount of impervious surface of a vehicular use area in the front yard to permit a total of 787 square feet of impervious surface area on the subject site. That's about a 39% change. Same thing as before, properties in this area do not appear to contain excessive pavement for vehicular use areas. The difficulty could have been obviated by contacting development management prior to the work being completed. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to any questions. And just for reference, that is to the 40% permitted pavement in the front yard. So it's 222.2 square feet over that 40% that's allowed.
Okay.
Connor, there's a small typo in the staff report as to the address. Under site information, it lists it as North Brighton Avenue
Oh, does it say North Brighton? Thank you for clarifying that.
instead of just regular Brighton.
Connor, as you're scrolling around, you have the yellow box, which is their property, is that right? And then the orange
Yeah.
box down below it is two lots that were combined.
It's also their property. So the yellow and orange are both their properties. Those two properties are combined. So the one with you can see the garage there and the one with the house, both of those properties are combined, is what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
So is the garage a garage or is it a carport?
It's a carport,
Okay.
2-car carport.
And when did you put the concrete down?
You mean the asphalt?
Is it asphalt? Sorry, I can't see. I'm sorry. Is it asphalt? I apologize.
Yes, I put that down. It was like 5 years ago.
What was there before the asphalt?
It was just dirt yard.
Kind of like gravel or shattered dirt.
No, it was just dirt.
When did you buy this house?
I bought the house in 01.
It looks like it was grass previously, and then it was converted to the carport with the gravel sometime around 2019.
Yes, I had a crushing run put down before the asphalt.
There's nothing wrong with it being a carport now that he's clarified that and not a garage.
Um,
I think the city had seen other photographs other than what I just want to make sure there's not another issue for the board to address today.
so the accessory structure, would not be allowed to exceed 200 square feet. However, I don't have those measurements, and it was not part of the uh, compliance officer's report, which is how this originally came to us. So I don't have those numbers with me today.
So that would be the only concern of the square footage of that carport.
Right, if it was larger than 200 square feet.
The applicant know how big do you know how big the carport is?
The dimensions are.
I really don't know the exact measurements. All I know it's just was built for two cars.
I can go on Kansas City Parcel Viewer and do an area measurement. It won't be perfectly exact, but it can give a rough estimate if that's something you guys would like to see.
Well, if you've got another, since it's not a garage, which is different than a carport, and
Mhm.
we're here, I mean, either that or this case should probably be continued, so you figure out what the answer is, because I'd hate the applicants to have to come back for a separate citing.
Sure. Yeah, I can go in there real quick if that's going to be easier for everyone.
I think that'd be helpful, because this was advertised for other variances, correct? So we could address that today, correct, council? Yes, thank you. Just clarifying. Folks have been here all morning.
Sure.
And to have to make another trip down here if we need to address something right now.
While he's looking at that, excuse me, the work that was that done by you or a contractor?
It was a contractor.
And you said it's asphalt,
Yes,
not concrete.
yes.
I do have those dimensions. Parcel Viewer shows this at 530 square feet based on the measurements that I took here.
So that's 300 some square feet over what's
Right.
allowed.
Correct.
And maybe we should mark some of the Google photographs like we did in the other case.
Okay, that'll be exhibit number 10.
I think it would be good to mark the March 19th, 2019 and the March 2022, I think.
Oh, that was on the previous case. On this one.
And on the September of 14, there's 3 pictures I
Okay.
think we should mark.
Okay, those will be so admitted. Exhibit 10.
Because it shows the grass that was there, then it shows the carport being added, and it shows the dirt forming before he put down the asphalt.
Are we talking about Parcel Viewer imagery? I'm a little confused.
About Google Map.
Like Google Street View of the house.
Okay.
Did you admit the parcel viewer one that Connor's
Yeah, that
relying
was
on?
exhibit
was
10,
already in
and
there,
then
yeah.
exhibit 11 would be the photos from Google Street View.
You want to pull those up, Connor?
Sure.
I think people should look at those.
Yeah, let me share my screen really quick.
Just helps get a perspective. That's the
They're
one.
saying this and to
You'll hit up the top where it says April of 22. Yeah, click that.
There we
Then
go.
I want the last 3, I think, shows, right? So there's the grass, shows the progression to the dirt. If you go just on the bottom, click
Yep.
over to the next picture,
14, 19, and
Yeah.
22.
14 and 19.
then 22. Yeah. So that seems like what he's describing happened there.
Mhm.
Sir, you
Right.
agree that's kind of the transition of what happened?
Yes.
So is the asphalt that you've placed, does it stop at the sidewalk now? Where does the asphalt go to? Or does it have a curb cut? Do you know what I
It
mean by
doesn't
that?
have a curb cut. It just stops at the grass of the original house.
Okay, because it looks like there is a curb cut. Or
This right here that comes off the street.
is that
The
asphalt?
street, yes.
That's asphalt too? Okay, just so we know what we've got.
Yes.
So, sir, again, I'm just one board member. You've heard us talk about this today. I'm upset that these contractors come out and tell you guys you can do some of this stuff probably. I don't know, but you've got more asphalt there than you should. Because it looks like you've got asphalt going pretty close to your neighbor's property line. I mean, I'd be willing to let you have some of that going up to the carport, but I feel like you've got more than you need. Do you have a proposal on how you could reduce that?
No, I do not, and it would be a hardship for me to pay someone to do that right now. I was just gonna use it for parking, then I knew I couldn't park on grass, so that's why I put the asphalt in.
Hunter, how did this come before us?
It came before us through, I believe, planner of the day. There was a zone of violation that was issued from an investigation, and they came to us. We determined that a variance would be needed, and then have gone through this process today.
Looks like there's 4 stripes of asphalt there. Just wondering if where your mouse is right now, if that one section was removed,
Yeah,
how much?
like this right here. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you really can't do the one where the car is because that's where you're turning in off the street. So just curious how much that would reduce the overall percentage if that one section was removed.
Gotcha. I don't have those numbers in front of me. Depends how much would be taken out, but
Basically 25% of
Yeah, it looks like.
what it is. So
And is the carport, is that bolted to a foundation, or is it secured in some way?
Yes, it's secured to a concrete slab.
Well, sir, you've got too much asphalt in the front yard. So you've got to get rid of some of that.
Couldn't get a variance to keep it that way.
Say that one more time, sir.
I couldn't get a variance to leave it the way it is.
The problem is, sir, you're asking for too much of a variance. And if we grant you that large variance, then 10 people from now, they're going to ask for the same large variance because we gave it, we gave it to Mr. Johnson on May 13th. So we understand hardship. We get the hardship part, but also we can give you some variance, but we can't give you, at least I'm just one board member, but I have a problem giving you that total big variance for the asphalt.
If you had to remove some of the asphalt, when could you do that?
Well, I would just have to get with someone to see when I could get somebody to do that. I don't know how long that would take for me to find someone, and if I could pay them to do it that right away.
Sure, understand. Yeah, I'm looking at the applicant's statement of practical difficulty, and I was wondering the exact same thing. I mean, we're not saying in the next 7 days, but just, I mean, do you think that?
I think in the another case where we had someone who had financial issues, we gave them up to 6 months, I think. Do you think, and isn't that right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think in previous instances, if we've granted the underlying variance for a certain percentage, we just give them ample time.
I have a question. Would he have to do anything regarding the sidewalk since that's asphalt covered too? I know that.
That would be a public works question at that point. It's not something that I am necessarily, I don't know the details of that.
So, sir, again, we always say this because we all have an individual vote. I'm one board member, right? I'm not inclined, even though your carport's too big, okay, it shouldn't be that big. I'm inclined to allow you to maybe keep that carport, but I need you to reduce that asphalt. So, we've got to keep a standard because we can't have all of this concrete or asphalt in the front yard. So, I tend to agree with my board member in cutting off that edge, bringing it even to that outside edge of that carport. See what I'm saying? And that would give some more green space back. So, and I'd like some taken from the other side, but I'm not sure how you do that with that you've created. So I'm willing to give you some latitude and let you have something that you already have a couple things there that aren't right. You see what I'm saying? You probably didn't even know about that carport till today. Yeah, I know.
So for the purpose of just my own clarification, you're saying, if this were to be granted today, it would have to be reduced to where that concrete slab is for,
I
okay.
mean, at least, because that would at least make it, you know what I mean? Because you can't really, otherwise you're going to have to angle it like a triangle, and I don't know that that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Sure,
But
I,
at
I
least-
just wanted to clarify, so I had it correct in my head.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm suggesting, because I don't have good measurements here, but we know from photographs where that outside edge of that foundation is for that carport. Connor, can you give us a number again for what's the variance for the carport size? What would be the accurate number so that we would cover that?
Sure, that was, so it was 350, or I'm sorry, 530 square feet, so it would be a variance of 330 square feet.
Allow the carport to remain.
Right, right. And then if a motion would just describe to what point on the property the asphalt should be removed, would that be enforceable enough? Or do we need to have a diagram marked on one of those that do we need to take the last exhibit and draw a line? Would that be helpful to make a new exhibit?
You're talking about this, what I have up on the screen right now?
Oh, correct.
Yeah, if you would like me to make a line there showing what that would look like.
And what he has to remove, yeah. I think that would be good for us all to have that, and he has that then, so he knows what he has to get rid of.
So that right there?
I think that is in keeping with what people were talking about, because I don't know what else we could do, otherwise they can't get into that carport.
No, I think that's the right way to go.
And just to clarify, should we include this as an additional exhibit, what I just marked up?
That'd be
Okay.
exhibit number 12.
It's not a ton that you're gonna have to give up, but it'll just allow some more green space in the front yard. Right now it's basically all asphalt, so.
Just had to come all the way over even with the carport.
Right, you'll just, yeah. All right. Are we ready for a motion?
I think so.
All right. Yes, I'll put that in there. So my motion in this case is on docket number 15, case number 24, is that we approve a variance as it relates to the percentage of payment in the front yard, that the applicant can have the asphalt, but has to remove that amount of asphalt as that is noted on exhibit 12. I also move that the applicant can have up to 6 months to remove that asphalt noted on exhibit 12 that's non-compliant. And finally, I move to allow the applicant a variance in the amount of 330 square feet to allow the carport to remain.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Basic.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Your project is somewhat approved. Thank you very much for coming before us. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Docket item number 16 is case CD BZA 2026-59, a request to approve a variance to the pedestrian standards plus any other needed variances in an M1-5 zoning district on about 9.7 acres, generally located at 5019 Raytown Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is online. I'm going to promote Braden Taylor to panelist. This says owner present. Are you expecting someone else?
Vitali.
Oh, Vitali is also online. I'm going to promote him to panelist as well.
Turn on your cameras and microphones. Let me swear you both in.
Oh, if there's any members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. There are no other hands raised online.
Great. Please raise your right hands again to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Braden Taylor, 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas.
Someone else?
Vitali, if you would please turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, Vitaly Syarkov, I do.
And your address, please, sir?
753 South 66 Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas.
Great. And I missed your first name. I'm sorry.
Vitaly Syarkov.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Braden, you speaking on the case today?
Yes, yep. And
Okay,
here to
thank
answer
you.
any questions. Yep.
There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No questions.
And do I have your permission to admit them, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Stephanie Saldari on your case.
All right, we got docket item number 16. CDBCA 2026-59, located on 5019 Raytown Road, zone M1-5, and the applicant seeks a variance to the pedestrian standards to waive the pedestrian connectivity requirement that would connect the the proposed building to the street through a sidewalk. The subject site is located just north of Raytown. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. This is Raytown Road and Rock Island Trail on the back. A little bit of background on this. This property is currently going through a development plan to allow outdoor and indoor storage and warehousing. And so they are here for the variance for the pedestrian connectivity because it cannot, city council can't really make a decision on that. So this is the site over here on the right. And this is on Raytown Road looking towards the northeast. And this is the site now with the fence around it. And this is the site plan here. We got the driveway, the proposed building, and the parking for the trucks. And so we have one variance before you. And this is a variance to the pedestrian standards to waive the pedestrian connectivity requirement that would connect the building, the proposed building to the street through a sidewalk. This is a complete deviation, and a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. So there are no sidewalks currently constructed along Raytown Road. However, the code enforces pedestrian standards to allow for more walkable areas throughout the city. And so this requirement is triggered by the development plan, and seeking the variance is the only option for relief. If the variance is not granted, the sidewalk will be required. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of Stephanie?
What's the closest neighborhood, residential neighborhood to this?
There is technically, let me pull up my, I think it shows, okay, let me share my screen again. Okay, so there are across the street, there is this subdivision right here.
It looks like there's a buffer
And-
zone between it and this spot too.
Yeah, and then back here behind the trail, there's another residential neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Braden, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit more to the project on the sidewalk. Just looking at Raytown Road, the east side of Raytown Road is almost primarily commercial industrial, just what we were looking at there. And then I did do some takeoffs here that it appears that the nearest even just sidewalk that's out there currently along Raytown Road is over 2,000 feet away from us to the south, and then to the north. I've looked and there's just no sidewalk even remotely in the area. So I think that's part of it. And this being a warehouse building, we're not anticipating a lot of walkers from the building to the street. And then just from a safety standpoint, there just is no sidewalk even remotely close to tie into. So just feel that is not required, I guess, for our project in this area, with just being thousands of feet away from any current sidewalk in the area. But happy to answer any questions on the project that you may have.
Yeah, no question. So it's basically an industrial warehouse. Is that right, Braden?
Yes.
I have a motion.
Okay.
On docket number 16, case number 59, I move that we grant the requested variance according to the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Sorry.
Otto and Wright.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura, Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming before us.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Twenty.
20? Think.
Oh,
I'm hearing.
docket item number 20 is case CD BZA 2026-31, a request to approve a rehearing for case CD BZA 2025-177, zoning violation related to an unpermitted use on about 2.66 acres generally located at 8510 Troost Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. We only have one person online who is not the applicant,
Is it, what's the name?
Deborah Smith, who I think is just still here from the previous,
Okay.
from the greenhouse.
Times has this been before us?
This is a request for rehearing. So this is the first time that this has been before you, but it has previously been continued. It was on the April 22nd docket where we continued all but one case. I mean, it's a,
I
We ought to give him another chance.
So the April 22nd was because we didn't have a quorum. That's why they got continued.
Right.
It wasn't their
Well,
choice.
okay, so for some history, they originally filed an appeal and there were 2 no-shows, and the board dismissed it on February 11th. Then they applied for the rehearing, and only one of those continuances was not their fault, but the rest, like, they have not shown up.
your rules and regulations state, If for any reason the applicant or appellant or his agent does not appear, the case may be dismissed or continued until the next regular meeting. And if there is no appearance at the second hearing, the application or appeal may be dismissed. So you may dismiss it or continue it to your next regular meeting.
Sounds like we have a history of people not showing up on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And
This is
we-
properly advertised, properly admitted. I think this needs to go away.
I can make a motion on docket item number 20, case number 31.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Ventura.
Otto,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ventura,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. This matter is dismissed. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Awesome.
Yahoo.